Let's see if our chat plugin's actually working today. So we're also doing something else different. Since it's not the weekend, in hopes of this actually not being as bad of a strain on the servers, if you know what I mean. First of all, we're going to spin to win, because that's what we do. There we go. Now, I just realized... I figured since I started late the last couple days, I'd start a little early this time, just to make it work a little bit better. Hey, Zeiss. You just lost all your gold. Okay, I need to talk to Johanne. Frickin' Giska. And we decided to spare them. You guys are terrible.
How may I be of assistance to you, Padawan?
Call me Revan.
What is it you would like to speak to me about?
Meh. I don't even remember if she has a full quest, in all honesty. Because I remember there's a pretty significant bug about it, which is why we're going to go and save here really quick. Nothing? Nothing? But she's not doing it. She's not doing the quest. I don't understand. Hello, Johnny. I don't care about your skills. Alright, we'll talk to the vendor. Give credits. That's weird, Bremius. Yeah, but she's not talking to me for some reason. I swear I almost always get this encounter like right off the bat. But if her quest is still bugged, then I guess I can't actually show it off anyways. Yeah, by the way, Sereth is not taking the journey well. I thought about actually sending you through all sorts of adventures on your way, but then I figured that would just make things take longer. So I'm afraid you'll have to envision the adventures in your head, Kay. Sorry. Where am I? Yeah, sure. Powers, I don't know. Cure, sure. You know what? Auto level. Just, I don't care.
Yes?
Hey, talk to me.
How may I...
She still won't talk to me. God damn it, I will kill you. And then Johnny dies. Okay, whatever. Let's go talk to, dude here. He could have Takoida, but obviously he didn't. Show me what you have to say. Smelia, guys. Smelia. There's the poison. Yeah, they're there. Bye. Yes, I did, Prog, and I also know that Steam then bought up one of those games which has sold like crazy, basically as a middle finger to the situation. Oh, congrats, Samurai. I'll get paid soon, too. In about 2 weeks is usually how long Patreon takes. Okay, so we've got stuff. Don't be silly, Last Echo. I want to kill them. I want them to suffer. I want to shove them out the airlock and watch as they pop. An Ithorian-based game would be awesome. An Ithorian Sith, no less. Oh, yeah, we'll get there, Alsavi. And I know... Yeah, this looks like a worse rifle in every way than the Barragans. So, screw that.
What?
Give them to the Sith. I'm sure they'll like that. Okay, get out of my party. I need you, and... Yeah, you, I guess, for the buffs. I would definitely play a game where the only piece of dialogue in the entire game is Kashyyyk, Wunga Bunga Dunga, Kashyyyk, Runga Dunga Bunga. I am equipping stuff, right? So, man, but I want lots and lots of strength. Okay, fine, Django. We'll take the saves. And it, where's the thing to upgrade? Damn it, I don't have an upgrade thing. I have to go onto the ship. An Alcor Jedi game? Yeah, that's a good point, Permeus. I'm already playing that game. Oh god, I hate my life. Okay, where is this stupid gun that everyone hates? Yes, you. Be fully upgraded. That still looks worse than the Barragans, Django. Hang on. Hey, why don't I just upgrade the Barragans? See? 3 to 20, 3 to, plus 3 to 18. Attack mod 2. Doesn't that seem better? What am I missing? Why is this worse? Because this is 3 to 10. Excuse me, 4 to 14, 2 to 8. Fully upgraded. With okay, it does have a slightly higher attack modifier, but its damage is like half. And actually, no, its damage is like a third. Explain, Django. Use the brains to explain to me that I will understand everything. A Wookiee would be a Dark Jedi. I mean, if you think about it. I didn't cheat it, Django. I bought it. I went to Yavin 4 and just bought it with monies. I could buy this poison. I could buy it right now and kill all those disgusting Gizka. Yes. Yes! Yeah, we haven't gone to Kashyyyk yet. Kashyyyk, if you prefer. Oh, Sith Lord. Aggressive demonstration. I will now destroy everyone who opposes me. By the way, hi everyone. Sorry, I haven't actually said hello properly to everyone yet. Where is he? I missed him yesterday because I was kind of... There he is. He's right there.
Statement. It is doubtful he can be clearer. Their language is difficult even for droids. He is using a trade language to try and help.
That is true. We listen complicated to what we say simply. I'm going to voice act what the Jawa says just to make it... just to add to the humor. The trouble is yours, not of Jawa. We must use a language of trade because you listen complicated to what we say simply. That is not a problem for Jawa to have for you. You have the ears that do not listen. Leader of the tribe that is mine. You are the same in kind. A leader that stands before your tribe? There are troubles that we have. The giants made of sand, they are horned ghosts that take us away. That is how you know them. Giants are different for us, we being smaller. People of sand are who I mean. There have been no help but given by asking the great group that digs with machines. Now Iziz asks you. Ask that you find us, and then bring away this people from sand. Then we will offer a trade with you. Long have we scavenged among you and those that came before. We have things you will like for this service. People of the sand, in the sand. There is a place far south where they live. Bleh. They approach, holds great fighting. Bring the tribe from in to out, and there will be payment in trade and thanks. By the way, is it just me, or am I the only person who absolutely loves Jawas? They're like the only midget race in all of Star Wars I actually like. Hey, Pandemonium. Okay, now we've got the last quest I want. Oh my god. Ah! Damn it! I was trying to click that link from Fu. And I ended up banning K. Hang on. Yeah, try saying something, K. I didn't see what you said because I was trying to click Fu's link and it clicked the ban button. So what'd you say, Kay? You know, I love deserts. I really do. They're one of my favorite terrain types of all. I'd say third favorite overall. And yet I hate Tatooine, and it's all because of the random encounter system. Because you're walking along, and it's like there's no enemies anywhere in a huge range. And then just all of a sudden, they will spawn, literally, on top of your face. And be like, hi. And irritate you, because it's not like they're even worth killing. But whatever. Okay, Jonga. So 3 items on, well, 2 items, I should say, on Korriban. 1 from a super optional. Hey, Chief.
Who are you? It doesn't matter. Can you handle a blaster? It may attack again at any second. I doubt we could hold that on our own against...
No, wrong game, Kay. Sorry.
You would be right. Came out of nowhere. Wait, damn it. Here they come again. How did it do that?
Well, they're cheating, basically. Some people have asked me if I could do the Sand People sound. The answer is...
You so
Hey, Luke Sparrow. Yes, I'm streaming every day now. Until I'm done, at least. And then I will stream less often. See, I can't get that particular sound across. Will Wheaton can do that sound perfectly, by the way. And no, I am not wielding a red lightsaber. I know it looks that way, but I'm not.
There.
I don't know, okay? Can any Jedi do that? Yeah, I have an orange saber on.
Thanks for your help. I don't think we'll try holding this position for much longer. We're not soldiers. Did the company send you? It's about time they drove these animals out.
Wait, they actually use reflex to determine AC in this game? God, this is such a weird game.
Well, you've got a lot of work ahead of you. Do you know about their enclave in the south? Don't even try to go near it. They've taken all the Zerka weapons that were supposed to protect our sandcrawlers. That place is a fortress. A death
Yes,
trap.
Baronessa.
You'll
There
have
are
to find
multicolored
some way to
sabers.
sneak into the place. Glad it's not my job.
Although I've only ever seen 2 colors at most.
Yeah, so do we. There's no way we're repairing this thing while getting attacked over and over. The desert can have it. Ah, the Jawas will salvage it eventually anyway. Then we can buy it back and start over. Makes sense to me.
That is pretty much the cycle. That's how the Jawas have stayed, I know this is going to sound funny, the dominant power on Tatooine for so long. Because they just go in and pick up the refuse as everyone is eventually defeated by the terrain, because it's frickin' Tatooine. And then people end up buying the stuff from the Jawas, supporting them, and then the cycle just kind of does this. Random encounter. I just noticed I should heal. Die, raids. Well, it depends on how you define dominant pandemonium. They certainly have managed to thrive despite the Sand People. So, think of that as you will. I'd call that pretty dominant. Oh, see you around, Samurai. Oof. Hope you get actual internet soon. Especially in time for tomorrow when we'll actually get to play Heroes of the Storm. And by we, I mean you, because I won't be doing that. Yeah, I gotta admit, I can't stand Sand People at all. They're like the epitome of just irritating, aggravating, just, I want to just smack them in the face every time I encounter them. I hate Sand People. Now we're going to show all the lore of the Sand People here, which is going to require some persuade checks and giving up a Crate Dragon Pearl. But we're going to do it. So, you want to know what I think about the Sand People, by the way? Well, the Sand People have a strong religion about how anything that disrespects the land is evil. In other words, they mean technology. They think of technology as evil. Ergo, that's one of the reasons why they're constantly fighting against the other people who try to settle on Tatooine, because they disrespect the land with their technology, right? You may notice that they're using things like blasters, mines, turrets. But the funny thing is, if you call them out on this, they'll actually go out of the way to say, oh no, it's acceptable. It's okay for us to use it because we only have to use it because of you. If you weren't here forcing us to use this technology, we wouldn't do so. Therefore, it's okay for us to use this technology. Oh my god. Stop spawning. Frickin' hate Sand People. And, oh yeah, and then there's the moisture evaporators, which is another form of technology that he argues we only need because, you know, everyone else is here. Let's be honest, guys, it would be pretty difficult to be as stupid as the Baku. Okay, we've got 2 now, right? Right? Yes, good.
What?
Yeah, if you, by the way, this is how freaking stupid the Sand People are. If you interrupt their storytelling, okay, they have to tell the story of the ancients, and that's how we learn a lot of their history, which is cool history. But if they screw up telling the story, that's considered blasphemy. So if you try to interrupt the story, you're deliberately trying to make them commit blasphemy, which makes them go hostile to you. Really. I think he's an idiot, Pandemonium. Oh, wait, I take that back. I know he's an idiot. He's a moron, a retard, and a fool who I want to smack in the face until he falls over dead. Anyways, but yeah, so it's just... God, I hate the Sand People. Really, really hate the Sand People. But whatever, let's go get some lore from them, which I've already kind of given away some of it, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah?
Acknowledgement.
Hey, Rigel. Welcome to the Monday stream. It's okay, Caffeine. I'll just exterminate their entire species and everything will be better, or what? It's also kind of funny because Sand People are basically among the very first denizens of Tatooine, if not the very first denizens of Tatooine. You might be like, what do you mean? Well, the Starforge people, aka the Builders, came along and was like, hey, screw you. And for some reason the Sand People didn't like that, and that resulted in Tatooine looking like this instead of what it used to look like. So just make of that what you will. Well, I hate the Yuzun Vong more, Nate. But there is one species I actually hate more than the Sand People. That is the Rakata. Freaking bastards.
Interjection. One moment. I believe I understood that, Master. It may not have been his intention, but he did actually communicate something.
So, to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have literally never seen underneath a mask of a sand person. Like, literally ever. There's some lore explanations for that. It's basically the idea that the Sand People... It would be like removing a sword from a kunari kind of a situation. You know, they remove their mask and they are effectively dead. They're no longer that person. So they literally don't take off their masks, except in the most private of circumstances. So, yeah, to my knowledge, we have absolutely no idea what the Sand People actually look like.
Translation. Result. I believe I have succeeded in confusing him, Master. We have shown an interest not common among outsiders. Translation. Translation. He is expressing disbelief.
As am I.
But his duty requires that he report to his chieftain. Extrapolation. It would seem that we are at least worthy of curiosity for the moment. I would much rather this get bloody, Master, but it is your call. Translation. I can translate with some guarantee of accuracy that he is demanding to know why he should let us survive this encounter, Master.
Oh yeah, by the way, they force you to take off your clothing. It's intended to take off your armor and whatnot, but they never touch your headgear, which always amuses me.
Translation. Translation. He claims he has no reason to believe you, Master. Your kind have tainted this land with machines and uncaring, ignorant feet. Translation. He requires proof of good faith. We must make a contribution to his people that shows we are not a threat.
Should I blast him now, Master? Real quick. We're going out of our way to be peaceful. Admittedly, I don't actually always go that route because, as I just mentioned, I despise Sand People. But we are going peaceful specifically so you guys can get the lore. That's why we're doing this. Real quick, though, my theory on the Sand People is actually really simple, and you guys have also already basically said it. My theory is the Sand People are not a species, they're a tribe, like the Mandalorians. And they just kidnap or induct or otherwise force people into their way of thinking. Kind of like the Reavers, except a little less extreme. So yeah, it's basically like a pseudo cult kind of a situation, which would also explain how they've managed to stay so prolific across such a ridiculously huge period of time, despite everything that's happened across that period of time.
Translation. Translation. He plans to move his people farther from Anchorhead, but they need to build up stores of water first. He says you must...
I haven't read the Kenobi novels, so I don't know.
Translation.
I don't know
He
nothing,
wants
guys. Sorry.
moisture evaporators from the Zerka. If you deliver them, he will order that his people reduce their attacks on miners.
Reduce their attacks on miners.
Translation.
Oh yeah, this is a really nice planet, Luke. What I would call a Gaia class.
Translation. He says you will get no more answers until you have proven you are an ally of the...
Would you rather it stop, Brother Box? Jeez Louise, man.
Translation. Translation. He does not believe you, Master. We will only be allowed to re-enter the Enclave when we have the evaporators with us. Translation. We are to be escorted outside. He will wait, but he doesn't believe we are coming back.
No, Luke. The Builders, aka the Rakata, happened. Mission. Put on some clothes. Okay, much better.
Yes?
So now I go this way. That was gonna be the light side, Django? Really? It's coming up, Prog. I'll talk about it more when we get the full story from them. Oh yeah, if you go past the markers, it basically just tells you to go screw yourself. The markers are the little zone boundaries in this one. It's a unique way to do it because, I mean, if you think about it, there really shouldn't be boundaries like there can be in other worlds. There's just sand. So, yeah. You can always tell where you're going because there's one little outcropping, and that's how you know that's a zone line. See that right up there? I think that it's an oversight, Nate. I don't think there's any lore to that. Do. Okay. Fine. Oh, wow, Bernice. You are young, my girl. My goodness. I thought there was another... Yeah, whatever. Let's just get out of here. Also, who's Christina Ricci? Riki, whatever. I thought there was something else I had to do in the out here before I moved back in. I guess not. I feel like I usually did this in a different order. But whatever. Screw it. Let's just zip back. Sympathetic? If Anakin is played properly, Clone Wars, I think he's a fairly sympathetic character. Ah, Wednesday Addams. I know who that is. I have the brains somewhere. I'm trying to think of really sympathetic characters in Star Wars, and I'm not actually coming up with any.
Baba Hassan Shan. Noba Mulira Tilai Kuka. Chiwi Aita Katon Chiki Mulira Kunki. Baba Hassan Shan. Kaki.
There we go. Moisture evaporators. Jesus. Sterlings, I know you like to make people argue, but you're trying too hard. You might as well just say, Hitler was right, and just go from there, dude. I mean, come on. I don't personally sympathize with Ayn Rand. I think he's a bastard. That is, of course, just my opinion. I suppose I could sympathize with Luke and Han, because both of them, I mean, if you really look at their history, they kind of had some really messed up backstory going into them. I guess the Exile kind of got crapped on, too, by everyone. Then again, just about every character in KoTOR 2 is sympathetic if you think about it. That whole theme of being broken. Yeah. Looking for a speeder. By the way, don't mistake this as a situation that I don't like Ayn Rand. He is a very well-written character. He's just a bastard. Up, maybe. Hey, you over there! Help! Please, help! You're just a corpse! Damn it! No, I'd say GoTo still had a bit of a problem. I mean, could you picture... Okay, listen, GoTo. We want you to save the Republic by not doing anything wrong. Logical loop. Error. And, yeah, you can see how that works out. Kreia. That's an interesting one. A little bit pandemonium, but...
Help! Please! Over here! Under the wreckage!
Ah, yes, I remember this. But not really. Not really. So where's the thing?
Anyone! I'm trapped under...
Hang on, I'm loading.
Please help! I can't get out!
That's right. It's Gamorreans! We did a good ambush and you better pay. Maybe 500 credits now, or you die otherwise. Who are you to threaten me? What? Gurk said they'd be easy picking. Shut up, stupid. They's just bluffing you. They's got no hope at all. We's the orcs. We got this. You know, I should kill you for the good of all people. Seriously, I cannot just leave you out here to hurt people in the wasteland. Or, I mean, the Tatooine, the wasteland. I've been playing too much Fallout 3 lately, apparently. I don't think that's an inconsistency, Sterlings. I think they're just that stupid. You better give us 500 credits. It's a guy in Tatooine. I don't think they have 500 credits, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's not inconsistency. I think that's just them being retarded. By the way, that is, in my opinion, very gray, what I just did there. That is neither light side nor dark side, not good or evil. That's just these guys are bad because of what they're doing and are going to be a risk to people in the future, so I'm going to help people by killing people. Oh, hey, I can level. Listen, I need you to leave the party for a second. Alright, I have those notes that you sent me. Right over here, Django. Here they are. Okay, so 16 strength, 16 dex. So I need to start pushing dex. Bzz. I guess I don't need repair anymore. Yeah. And treat injury. There it is. Okay. How could you, last echo of hope? Ironic, given your name there. Okay, so that's that. I actually know several people who enjoy KoTOR who don't actually like Star Wars as a whole. My friend Pax is actually in that bundle. Although Pax actually really likes the original trilogy. So he likes the original trilogy and KoTOR 2, and that's basically it. I would say Gray understands that there is no such a thing as a singular type of answer. The mere problem with the light and dark thing is light assumes that the same type of answer, the same general category of answer, can respond to all types of situations. Ironically, the evil, Sith, dark, whatever you want to call it, side assumes the same thing. That you can always approach a circumstance with one type of answer. Gray understands that you look at a situation and say, well, I have to respond with an answer to this situation. At least that's my take on it. Or really, that I shouldn't say gray, I really should call that silver. But, you know, using my own terminology there. Hey!
Extrapolation. This guard doesn't appear honored to have the job of greeting us.
Tell him to move aside or we'll kill him.
Translation. Translation. He will take us before the chieftain, as he was instructed to do.
Yeah, I've been streaming for about half an hour now.
Translation. He did not expect us to return, Master. He wonders if we have brought the moisture evaporators.
Really nice touch, by the way, and some good props to the sound design. Really quiet. I didn't even notice it the first time, but really quietly in the background, you can hear the guy, the sand people talking underneath his translation. So you get the impression that he's translating as he's hearing it directly, which makes sense. A droid would be able to do that, and indeed people can do that with training. You know, being able to completely go in and out just like that without having to pause, listen to the whole thing, and then translate it. So it's just a nice little touch that I like. Makes it sound like we're actually getting the conversation rather than just losing some immersion there.
Translation. Translation. He does not trust you, Master, but you have done more than any other outsider. They will not attack, and he grants you his chieftain's gaffy as reward. Translation. The attacks will be reduced, and he will allow you to explore this enclave, but be warned that any lack of respect will result in death.
Maybe Pandemonium. I think Treya herself was the first of the broken characters that began the theme of KoTOR 2. And Memnon, we're on Tatooine, our second, third planet, depending on how you define it there. Silver side only powers. Right, Dakota. In response, I don't remember if I even asked you this because I'm an idiot, but did you want me to define existing powers or come up with brand new ones? Because those are both very different questions.
Protocol. If you truly want this sadly peaceful arrangement to continue, be careful of what you ask. Clarification. We must be more specific, Master. They capture many organics. Translation. Translation. He says that the captive Jawas are slaves and that they have lived past their usefulness. You may take them if you wish.
Oh yeah, by the way, among the other reasons that I can't stand sand people, they're slavers.
Translation. Translation. He says that by his very presence, this griff defiles their home and land. He is without any semblance of usefulness to them. Extrapolation. I would assume we are free to take him. It is doubtful they will even waste the effort to kill him. Perhaps we could do it, Master.
Two more
Protocol.
questions.
We should not keep him long. It is an Translation. Translation. He says... Translation. Protocol.
Last question.
Protocol. This will be a very sensitive topic, Master. You will want to be careful with your questions or risk offending him. Not that that is much of a worry. Translation. Translate.
I'm pretty sure I want to wait on that until we have the pearl. I already explained my points on this, Sterlings. I'm only letting them live so I can have you guys see all the cutscenes. That's kind of the point of a lore run. That's why there's not even a vote for this one. Trust me, normally I just slaughtered a lot of these bastards. That's not slavery, Baroness, and you know it. Don't pull that. I like how there's just refuse piles because... well, because they're frickin' sand people. Run free! Yeah, there's some good lore here. We just have to be tiptoeing around to make sure we get it all. Yeah, I know. I can't loot their containers. Hey, it's Griff. Hang on. Wait, I can't party. Seriously? Seriously, I can't party select? Okay, bye, Griff. Wait, hang on. Oh, I can't close the door on him. Wait, maybe I can. Maybe I can. No, damn it. Damn it. Also, I've said it before, I say it again. I like Jawas. They're like the only cute race I really like in Star Wars. Ewoks can go screw themselves. And so can many other different creatures I could mention. Oh, right. I brought her here for a reason. Hey.
How may I be... what is... well, I suppose I have not talked very much about the Jedi I met back home. They... all of them were so very... invigorating.
Exactly, Agamemnon.
They were so very alive. So full of hope and energy and zeal. In retrospect, I can see it was a little bit tragic. Well, yes. These Jedi were going to fight the Mandalorians just after they had invaded. Many of those Jedi perished in the fighting, but to us, they seemed invincible. Especially their leader, who they talked about all the time. Paragons of light and justice, sweeping away all iniquity before them. It was like looking at gods.
Damn straight, I do look divine. No, I can't stand Ugnaughts.
I know that. I was using poetic license. But those Jedi, they were enthralling. Everyone wanted just to touch them. Some people thought it would bring them luck. Not that the peace they brought lasted very long. The Jedi left. The people grew complacent. Those who had been wronged saw their chance at revenge. And so the cycle continues. The oppressed become the new generation of oppressors. The human oppressed, that is. The non-humans were never treated well in any case. We felt the brunt of both administrations. Of course it was. They took their frustrations and hate out on us, because the people they wanted had already fled, or were too well protected. But no one looks out for the injustices we suffered. Oh no. But I am sorry. I should not have outbursts like that. No, it is not. Anger can lead to the dark side, and I must be ever careful that I do not fall back into those ways. I thank you for your support. My outburst was uncalled for.
She's a KoTOR.
But you did not lash back at me. You are a much better Jedi than I, it would seem.
Yes,
But let
I
us not
have
speak more of
Pandemonium,
this
and
now.
yes, they were.
We should continue on our journey. Perhaps later we will talk again.
Just picture, if you haven't seen my Return of the Jedi rumination, just picture what it would have been like if it was Wookiees instead of Ewoks. So, how could you, Baronessa? Kill the witch who likes Ewoks, which makes her a witch. Okay, that's not a good term. Kill the Ewok lover. There we go. So, with regards to silver abilities, I feel like I already mentioned this. I like the concept of, like, for example, being able to enhance your body with the ability to interact with things in different ways. For example, literally being able to physically grab the blade of a lightsaber and using that against your enemies, making it so that when someone hits you with a lightsaber, it would still hit with blunt force, but it wouldn't just slice right through. You could just bzz and grab it. That kind of a buff, for lack of a better term, would be something I could see as being very silver. Another thing I could see as being very silver is what I like to call understanding. Whereas the dark side dominates and the light side manipulates, the silver side is able to understand, like basically pull knowledge directly from the Force in order to understand why someone is thinking the way they are, or how they're being, or what their motives, that kind of a thing, right? And therefore, with simple understanding, knowledge, and information, they could then use that to either be diplomatic or intimidating or impressing or otherwise to accomplish something, right? Now I know there are some Jedi who can actually accomplish that kind of pull knowledge from the Force thing, but it's actually more rare than you'd think, especially given how many people have problems with seeing the wrong things in the future, that kind of a thing. I had another one and it's gone. No, not a counselor, Troy, because Troy just senses emotions, and it doesn't work half the time, and it's a little plot conveniency. I'm talking about literally pulling information from the Force. As in, I could learn something about you you've never told anyone. I could learn something about you you might not even know. That kind of a thing, right? And yes, Revan did pull languages from the Force. As I've said before, I've often postulated the theory that the real Revan, which we never really have a chance to see, is a Silver Jedi. That Revan, I postulated on this theory earlier, that Revan was literally raw Force power, not dark side or light side. A completely new way of thinking. But then he was trained by the Jedi and so started using the light side. Oh, excuse me. And then he fought the Mandalorian Wars and encountered Vishay and then started using the dark side. And then there's this brief period where he was off of the influence of both and then started using the silver side as well. Again, right? And then, of course, we reach a situation in which he is trained by the light side again and can choose light side or dark side. But my canon Revan, which, of course, flings Tor out the window, did actually revert back to being a Silver Jedi, and therefore was actually someone who could personify my personal mindset on the circumstances. And also, exploits are the best forms of power, as Last Echo of Hope. Because if you have a power that can be exploited, the only thing that's preventing you from exploiting it is your personal sense of ethics and morality and decency, your sense of responsibility. And if you've been paying attention to the way I've been describing Silver Jedi, simply by being a Silver Jedi, you would not be the kind of person who would exploit things in that manner. You would lean towards the light or the dark. It's almost impossible to, Django. I've already talked about differences between Tor and the original term, because I've already talked about ways in which Tor and the books contradict KoTOR 1 and 2, and I'll keep talking about that as we go through this, of course. Also, what Cashel said there, that's pretty much exactly what I'm thinking. The idea that the real Revan really was just raw Force, raw Silver Side, whatever you want to call that. Okay, let's go save Griff. I think I'm gonna make a poll of this. Is Nightbound open? Screw Griff or help Griff. I'll just tell you these options are gonna be here right now. There you go. Vote it up, guys. I'll let you decide.
You there. I'm a high-ranking executive at the Zerka Corporation. There's a big reward if you take me back to Anchorhead.
Griff, don't you recognize me? It's Mission.
Mission? Is it really you? I heard Taurus was destroyed. I thought you were dead. Oh, joy of joys, my little sister is alive.
I have to ask you something, Griff. It's important. I ran into Lena. She said it was your idea to leave me on Terrace. It isn't true, is it?
Well, there's the truth and then there's the truth, you know? I always meant to go back to Taurus just as soon as I had the credits to pay off my debts. But credits have been hard to come by.
You mean it's true? It was your idea to leave me there? I'm your sister. How could you abandon me like that?
Come on, sis. You didn't need me to look after you anymore. You may have been young, but you knew how to take care of yourself. Besides, you're here now. I mean, everything worked out fine.
Oh, me
That's
neither,
it?
Last Echo. God,
That's
that would be
all you have
horrible.
to say to me after all these years, after deserting me on Terrace?
Well, that and, could you please get me out of here? You got a tough-looking friend there.
2 points of note. Griff is an annoying, stealing, swindling slime. The kind of person who lies and tricks and cheats his way through every situation and has no idea how to deal with things as, oh, I don't know, an adult would. He has no sense of responsibility, no sense of consequence, no sense of actually doing anything for himself. He is a worthless, disgusting Twi'lek being. And yet, there's one thing I feel like pointing out. Because maybe this is just me, but I feel that when he realized that was Mission, his initial elation was genuine. That he actually was like, oh, thank God, you're alive. Because of course he is, right? Isn't it logical that even a bastard would be elated to hear that his sister is in fact alive? Because everyone got the news that Teresh got crushed, right? Everyone got that news. Even Griff on Tatooine got that news. You know what I mean? So I feel like that was genuine sentiment. And I mention this because it's something I've always found fascinating. Some people, despite being horrible or despicable people, tend to have things about them that aren't. And I've never felt that this is contradictory, because this is just human nature. Just because you're evil doesn't mean you're universally evil. Just because you're selfish, you're not universally selfish. Just because you're, etc. People are not one-note individuals. My favorite example of this is actually Lore from Star Trek Next Generation. Lore was evil. He was not a bastard like this guy. He was evil. And yet, even Lore had complexities to him. My favorite line, forgive me for spoilers for those of you who haven't watched TNG, but my favorite line of Lore's is when he's talking to his father. And his father explains that Lore was simply broken. And there's this pause, and Lore, who is an incredibly egotistical, prideful individual, hesitates, stutters for a moment, and says, couldn't you just fix me? Couldn't you just... It was in your power to fix me. And hearing Lore, of all people, saying that is just like, whoa. And then Lore's final words in the entire series, I love you, brother. I always felt like he meant that. Twisted, maybe, and screwed up in the head. But I genuinely felt Lore actually meant that. That's what I feel here with Griff. Griff, again, is not as evil as Lore is, but he is definitely a scum. He is a slime ball, and Mission is better off without him. But I do still think he genuinely cared about her. He was just not a good enough person to actually express that properly. Wait, I actually have to rescue... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Fine.
Yeah, you can find
Sorry,
it
guys.
there,
I
right?
didn't realize that would
Can
cut
you
off the
manage
vote.
that? What? Is there something else?
Well, I wanted to thank you. And, you look like you're doing well. Financially, I mean. Say, could you spare me a few credits to get back on my feet?
You're hitting me up for credits. I don't believe this. Lena was right about you, Griff. We should have just left you to the Sand People. Don't talk to me anymore. Ever.
That didn't go well. Sis was always a little too fiery for her own good. She'll cool down in time.
I don't know.
She'll be okay. We had our fights before. Too bad, though. I really could have used a helping hand right now. You may have saved my life, but I don't have a single credit to my name. Say, you wouldn't be able to spare me some credits, just till I get back on my feet, you know?
You want money. You want money. I'll make you a deal, Griff. For every punch of mine that you successfully withstand, I'll give you a credit. Ready?
That's it, huh? Figured you'd be able to spare a bit more than that. You know, I'll take whatever I can get. Don't worry about me. I've already got a job waiting for me. Krita, the manager over at the Zirka supply shop, said I could come work for him if I ever get tired of the mines. Yeah, I think I'll go take him up on his offer. You know, maybe there's something else you can help me with. I need to talk to a guy first and set up the details, but if you're interested in a job, come see me in Greta's shop. Goodbye, Mission. I'm glad you're not dead.
So, in case you missed that, I wish you had more credits thing, I gave him the maximum amount of credits that was possible to give him. Just, wow, see you around at him, none. Well, I wanted to kill him, dog, but everyone voted not to kill him for some reason. I thought he deserved to die, but no, we decided to spare his miserable, pointless little life. Alright, so now that we're out here...
Hey there. Look, I'm happy Griff's alive, but I'm mad at him right now. And I don't know what kind of job he's got for you, but I don't trust him. It's probably just another scam. So, is there anything else you need?
Nope. Man, night speed lasts a long time now. Why do I need Bastila right now? Oh, never mind, I know why. Let's go get Johnny in here. Just... Alright, no hitting on my little sister. Fake little sister. Besides, she's a Twi'lek. Brain tails. I mean, there's actually stuff in those tails. You know that, right? It's not just cartilage. Yeah, like I said, Django, I thought about it for a second. I realized exactly why I'm bringing Bastila. Me too, Baronessa. It's funny, if we could talk for a moment. Mission is definitely more mature than Griff, even though Griff is older. So here's the question for you. Is that nurture, or is that nature? Because both are valid perspectives on this one. Ah, there's our crate dragon. Right, so, I meant to look this up. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up really quick. I was doing some research before I started today. And I forgot this one little tidbit here. For the record, I don't want to get into an argument about nurture versus nature. Lord knows people have been arguing that for years and years and years. Near as I can tell, a lot of people just have different perspectives on the matter. You know, some people believe your environment determines who you are, and some people believe there's a core you that doesn't change. As you might imagine, I tend to think of it as kind of a mix between the two. But for me, in regards to Mission, I'll go and give my answer, some interesting answers here. I think it is a degree of both. I think Mission was, by her nature, someone who was more capable, more competent, more adult, and more responsible. And by her nurture, a.k.a. growing up in frickin' Terrace with Zalbar, no less, that she grew and learned and understood and became more in that direction. That's my perspective on it. That's not accurate, because there is no such thing as an accurate perspective on that. There is no answer there. So, That's what I thought. Okay, so this is, in fact, unless we pull it technically, our very first appearance, our very first visual appearance of a crate dragon ever. Now, I know that technically is we see a skeleton. They had actually designed a skeleton of a crate dragon, which is in A New Hope. You can see it in there. But that's the technically. There's one other thing, though, you're going to point out. In Dark Forces, there were kill lizards, or whatever they call themselves. I forget the exact name. That were originally designed to be, yes, Rory, crate dragons. But they decided to make them into a whole new species instead. So this really is our very first look at a crate dragon. And I gotta be honest, I was completely underwhelmed when I saw it.
I'm tired of waiting, Comad. How big can this dragon of yours be? I'm going in.
But, admittedly, it is very in keeping with Star Wars. Kell dragons, thank you. I knew it was something like that. I was close. So a crate dragon is, for those of you who don't know, basically one of the strongest individual things that exists in all of Star Wars. They're top of the food chain kind of creatures. Ridiculously powerful, ridiculously strong, ridiculously long-lived, all that fun stuff, right? It's one of the reasons why Obi-Wan specifically scared away the Sand People simply by making the noise of a crate dragon. Because the mere fact that one might be nearby is enough cause for the entire tribe to vacate immediately. Also, that hunter's a moron. I mean, you can see the crate dragon in there. I know it's kind of hard to make out, but it's, yeah. Yeah, crate dragon would literally be able to pick up a Rancor in some circumstances and rip them in half. That to give you an idea of how a crate dragon is. Oh yeah, and crate dragons can eat Sarlacc. I forgot about that. Yeah! So like I said, pretty much top of the food chain kind of creatures. Depends on how big the Thresher Maw is. Although, admittedly, it also depends on how big the crate dragons is. Because just like dragons in most fantasy, crate dragons vary in size and power. Hey, Samurai. Welcome back to the land of the internet. And comfortable chairs. And actually having a computer in front of you. Yeah, I agree with what Django just said, by the way. I would probably put Gundarks at the bottom of that list of 4, but Leviathans, we don't want to talk about Leviathans here. Leviathans are messed up. But Crate Dragons and the really mean Super Rancors are, well, exactly that. But, yeah. Anyways, so let's go ahead and kill a Crate Dragon. Now, this is funny, okay? This is funny. I'm pretty sure a Crate Dragon could damage or take down a Reaper under the right circumstances. I really do think that. Nate, the most common answer to that is Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon. Not the one from Final Fantasy. So, a little bit of lore for what's going on here. We're not just killing this thing for the thrill of the hunt, although that is a part of it. Gosh, across history, the people who have lived in Tatooine, this is mentioned several times across books and games as well, is the idea that if you're the crate dragons have to be very carefully monitored and contained, because it's one of those situations where this happens in comic books a lot. Baronessa could probably give you a more specific example of a specific comic book character that this fits better, but just trust me when I say a lot of comic book characters are really, 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 really powerful and really, really, really strong, unless you know their exact weakness. If you know exactly how to beat them, if you're prepared for the fight, if you go in knowing who you're going to fight and how to counter them, then you could basically crush them, right? Ergo, it's basically the same thing crate dragons are. If you are prepped to fight a crate dragon, and you've bought all the artillery, and you've got all the hardware, and you're ready to go, then you could take down a crate dragon. But the problem is, most of the people living on frickin' Tatooine, which I remind you was never a nexus of military power, except in like 2 points in history, then you're probably not going to be in those circumstances, are you? So, in other words, a crate dragon that gets loose is going to cause tremendous havoc across freaking everywhere. In other words, what we're doing here is the idea here is we're trying to actually keep this thing a little bit more contained. Because this crate dragon has roamed just a little bit past where it should be, and therefore we're worried that it might roam a little bit further past where it should be. And that results in the problem of maybe this thing could just roam over to Anchorhead and would probably destroy all of Anchorhead if it got there. So, yeah. Subtlety. Pandemonium. Easy answer. So... Kachi. Oh, I don't have my candy. I don't have my candy. Sarlaccs are frickin' terrifying. Okay, so that's one. I gotta eat one piece of candy once I go get my bag. You guys are gonna kill me. I haven't even eaten. Like, yeah. I may need to order a pizza to recover with. 2. That's 2, guys. We're doing it. Drink or eat or have an Oreo, whatever it is you're doing. Three. Yes, Samurai. I really am. And we're up to 4 in this one conversation, by the way. That's a... Oh, what do they call it? It's a something worm. Kachi. 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 Okay, I gotta go get some candy to play the drinking game here. I'll be right back. Giant bag of candy. In order to help salvage my poor blood sugar, we're gonna do 1 bite per thing, because I do have blood sugar issues. Let's see, the Sarlacc, Leviathans, Crate Dragons are pretty terrifying, just not horrifying. I've said it before and I've said it again, the Sarlacc does not belong in Star Wars. But most of what the Yuzun Vong use, if you can call those things creatures, are also pretty terrifying and also don't belong in Star Wars, in my blunt opinion. Take it or leave it. Lord knows I've disagreed with a lot of people about that perspective before. There we go. Okay, so 1, 2... Okay, so that's 3 bites right there. You do know about the surgery, right, Sterlings? I mean, it wasn't that long ago. What's the sand burrower? Oh, that thing. I remember those things. Those are fun. Star Dragons. I barely remember Star Dragons. What are these in? These are from the comics, aren't they? I have no opinion on them. They're there. Don't worry, we won't actually lose rep with the sand people for this, believe it or not. You are entitled, of course, to your opinion, Baronessa, but I may have to kill you for having it. So you guys are probably wondering, for those of you who haven't played this game, how the hell we kill a crate dragon? Well, let's just say that we do have a very specific plan in mind.
You will fall!
Well, Django, the most common comment I've heard to explain the situation is that these guys don't have radios, so the other, sand people don't know we killed their people, because, I mean, how would they, right?
Achuta. Wonga kun bistul. Achuta. Wonga kun bistul.
Fearsome, there's several reasons, personally. It is partially aesthetic. It is partially the fact that they have a lot of gross for gross factor. And there's no real reason for it other than that. It's partially the fact that I can't stand body horror. And it's partially the fact that they could have done that exact same concept so much better. Most people actually had a long-standing theory that the extragalactic invaders that had been hinted at several times in Star Wars mythos were actually the Chiss. That was the whole plan all along, that they made it look like they were part of this galaxy's inhabitants, and they weren't, and they were slowly building up to, and that was Thrawn's whole thing. And Thrawn was actually preparing us to fight against his people, as opposed to the Vong, and blah, blah, blah. Instead, we get the gross people, who are not very well written on top of that, so there's that as well.
Jedo badawana ni dibobo. Tong nabungsha nununya. Tong patukashmak talea. Tune podo. Rananu prata doko shirkasha.
So this is great. This is one of the only times in history that you can actually find yourself saying, gosh, I hope he brought enough crates of mines. This is great, in my opinion, because this is exactly how we kill him. We lure him out, and he just walks over crates upon crates of mines. And if that doesn't sound impressive to you, look up what C4 can do in real life, or at least, have that knowledge already in your head, and think about multiple boxes of that. And that's pretty much what you have with how we just killed the crate dragon. Now I know most people would have liked some big, awesome, epic fight against the crate dragon, but realistically, I can't see how they would pull that off without it turning into Force Unleashed 2. So, yes, by the way, that was a deliberate pun. Thank you for picking it up. Hey, Torn. Shoutouts. What's up? Enjoy the KoTOR. That's because of the graphics, Rory. Damn it, I was hoping for another Kashyyyk, because I've got nerds open and ready to go for the next Kashyyyk that we're going to be interacting with. Got to do our part. Okay. So now that Big Bertha's dead, where is the chewed human corpse? Well, this was a Jedi. Or someone who killed a Jedi. But nobody could kill a Jedi. I mean, just... Yeah, right. Where is... There's the Opila, which I already have on. Random dude. Where the hell... There it is. God, I was like, where the crap is it? Alright, let's... Ah! Whoa! Thank you, Torin. Whoa, shoot. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Are you... I don't actually recognize your name. Are you new on my stream? I do try to keep up on my viewers, but thank you very much for that donation. That means a lot to me.
No, he's been on your stream for months, Magus. You're just a horrible person and don't know him.
Apparently, I am just a terrible person. Would you like to put that 100 towards anything? We have several incentives that you can toss it towards. If you want to go light side or dark side, if you want to put it towards me playing Tor after I finish KoTOR 2, if you want to put it towards against playing Tor at KoTOR 2, all of that is feasible and all up to you, however you want to do it. If you choose dark side, I will promise, as I did last time, you could verify this, that I will choose some big horrible thing to do in response to the dark side thing. I'd have to think about the next evil thing that's coming up. I'd have to actually think about it. But I'd come up with a good one, I swear. Also, yeah, level 400 Elite Tauren Chieftain.
How can I help? About my mother? I'm unsure. I seem to find it difficult to remain objective when it comes to her. I find that disturbing.
All of the above, Dog Andes. Yes, really. Don't worry, I have a plan to make it not take forever. Burger!
Do you think I should?
You sure you don't want ketchup?
That would just lead to another argument. I always despise talking to her. I'll think about it. I should try and remember my training. I should be able to let go of this, but I can't. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's keep going.
There we go. Alright. Star map. I now know, for truth, Kingdom Hearts is whatever Torin picks! Sorry, it's a really bad joke. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Bastila ages 2 years.
Thousands of years it has been here. It still has tremendous power. Can you not feel it? The star map is an artifact of the dark side. The great dragon may have been drawn here by its dark power, only to be enslaved by it. Come, we should leave this place. There's nothing else for us here.
I personally think the Jedi Knights games have some acceptable story, but ultimately, I don't really remember the Jedi Knights game as being rememberable for their story. I know that's a bad word choice, but I mean, really. I mean, Kyle Katarn is not a character I care for all that much, and I'm really not in favor of the overall perspective of that. Thank you. This is for someone else, actually. This is for Opa.
You don't like the black cherries?
Oh, it tastes terrible.
The Sith attack saved you from a quick and gruesome death. But I promise you, the Sith won't be getting in my way this time.
So I love how Kalo Nord is here, and he's pathetic. But, how do I ask the question?
Sorry, I'm not in this for the credits. You're the only ones who've ever gotten away from me. I've got a rep to protect. Let's go, boys. Showtime.
What? It's not gonna let me ask how he survived the explosion? Oh, whatever. You're pathetic, Kalo.
The Force fights with me.
Oh, gotcha, Junko. I was gonna say, it would be hilarious to be like, so, Kalo, how'd you survive the explosion? I'm very tough to kill. So you got blown back by the explosion? I'm very tough to kill. So you... Look, I slipped the writer $50 and he made it, so I lived. It's not that hard to understand. Now shut up about me surviving. I want my big vendetta fight against you. I'm a serious threat. I'm a real bounty hunter. My mommy said I'm a real bounty hunter. That makes me a real bounty hunter. He just starts eating chocolate. I know, Sozep. It's an awesome scene, actually. Now, okay. It's actually funny that we keep bringing up this Kalo Nord thing, because I decided to look it up. I decided to look up the official explanation for Kalo Nord getting away. You ready for it, guys? You ready for the official explanation on how Kalo Nord survived a planetary bombardment that leveled a Occupanopolis? And I'm confused at what I'm looking at, but hang on, we gotta meet the mic. So, no, here's the official explanation. You ready for this, guys? This is great. Wait, hang on. Do I have the pearl? Actually, I need to make sure I have the pearl. The black pearl, of course. Seriously, though.
No, Jack stole it back.
Where is it? Do I have to... Can somebody look up the item code for the pearl really quick? Because I just killed the damn dragon. Yeah, it looks like I don't have it. What the crap? Why don't I have the pearl? Where? I don't see it. Am I just blind?
Go kill the dragon again.
He's super dead. I killed his corpse. Literally. I actually attacked his corpse and broke it down. Just to make sure. Thank you, Lurker. Give item. Tat 18. Dragon Pearl 1.
Watch, you have 2 now.
That would be very funny. I do have 2 violet crystals out of nowhere.
Is the game so glitchy that you have to give yourself quest items periodically?
Every now and again. Yeah, there it is. I do have 2 all of a sudden. What? Whatever. I have 2 Crate Dragon Pearls. There's just 2 of them in there, and I just kind of... Anyways, what the hell? Oh! Official explanation, right? You ready for this, guys? Malik didn't actually destroy Taris. He just did a lot of damage to the city. So Kalo Nord just survived by hiding in the rubble, and then he hijacked a ship and got out. Lots of people lived through that. So that's the official explanation on how Kalo Nord survived the destruction of Taris. Forgive my tone, but it's probably obvious why I hold that in disregard. I'm dead serious. That is the official explanation for that. Straight from one of the developers. Or writers, I should say. If I had the chance to kill either of these three, who would I choose? Garithos, who's irritating but at least has some interesting lore to him. Calo Nord, who's a bug. Or Kai Lang, the stupidest human being ever to exist across fact or fiction.
I think that answers your question.
Yeah, I think I'd go with Kai Lang. I'm pretty sure that's an easy one. That's a really easy one. I'm very happy, Kay, especially since I've played Tor and I know what Tor says happens to those people as a result of that. And Griff is still running out of the frickin' place. You are so stupid, Griff! Kai Lang's field has affected Griff, guys. Okay, where's the lore dude? Where are you, lore dude? No. That's a sand... Oh, by the way, I believe this is also the first time ever that we see sand people females. You notice they have different masks and everything? And they hunch to show that they're female. I don't know why. See you around, Luke. Hope to see you more. I'm definitely gonna be streaming for at least a couple more days. I mean, we're not even halfway through KoTOR 1 at this point. Well, I guess we're about halfway at this point. Because these planets go a lot quicker than Taurus is. Episode 2 came out after this, I thought, Django. I could be wrong about that. I thought it was, like, right about there. Where the hell is the lore person? Are you no, you're the chieftain. You don't matter. Nobody likes you. Seriously, where's the storyteller? Wow. Okay, so where the hell? That's the chieftain's room. Alright, fine, we'll give the leader the pearl. Hey, dude, I killed the strongest creature, arguably, that exists in the whole setting.
You have 2 pearls. You could give one to both of them.
I have questions for you, chieftain. I don't have HK with me. I don't have a translator. Hey, dumb, stupid, and ugly, I want to give you this gift to show how much I respect you. Now take it. Throw it at his face. Bounces off. And then I kill everyone here. I can't tell you how many times the very first time I played this, I tried to be, you know, nice and diplomatic and polite, because it's the way I play games in general. And I got here, and it's like, yeah, I will totally, you know, be with you and all this fun stuff. And I don't remember the mistakes I made, but I just kept making mistake after mistake after mistake, because literally, like, if you make an issue, or you insult them in one way, halfway through this place, they just kill you all. They all go hostile forever. Yeah, I remember, like, doing a lot of save scumming my very first time here, because it's like, no, they all went hostile! No, they all went hostile! And then I realized I hate sand people, and I just slaughtered the crap out of them! I'm not evil, by the way. I'm Darkseid, there's a difference. In all honesty, and I know this sounds horrible, but I think it would be worthy at least of discussion to genocide the Sand People, given how much death and destruction these people cause to everyone else. What do you guys think? Like, legitimate question. Because that's really an opinion thing at that point.
Query. What do you wish to ask of him, Master?
Yeah, the only reason I've ever gone back and done this again, like I'm doing right now, is for the massive amount of lore.
Protocol. Translation. Translation. He says that he will not, Master. There is one storyteller in each clan, and only he may recite the histories.
Dude, I'm sorry, but if there was a group of people... I'm all for tolerance and understanding, but when you step over the line to... I want to tolerate your culture to... I mean... Okay, let me rewind a bit. I am all for understandance and tolerating. That's one of the big things that is me as a person. But I've also felt that certain things are not tolerable. If you say, it is my belief that I should be able to enslave people and use them for my own pleasure or my own usage, I say, screw you in the face and punch you until you die. Right? Because that's a line for me. I don't care if it's your culture. I don't care if it's your belief. You're doing something that, for me, is over the line. Now, it is worth noting that, for me, that line is pretty high up. Slavery is up there. constantly attacking everyone else around you and causing them to die. Lots of killings, lots of kidnappings, lots of forced indoctrination. All of these things I think are over the line. Which, by the way, all of these things are things the Sand People do. So yeah.
Genocide an entire people. That somewhere has to be over the line.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Sand People would have no problem with genociding other people if it was within their power to do so. So I am sorry. I am an extremely tolerant person. I really am. But these guys can go.
No better than they are.
What? Sorry.
You are making yourself no better than they are by saying that they deserve to be genocided, because you then at that point are taking God's will into your own hand and saying,
My sister disagrees
have
with
the
me here.
right to make that decision.
Okay, I'll accept that. I'm still doing it. Screw them. There are certain things that are not acceptable. I'm sorry, but there are certain things.
Entire peoples is not acceptable.
If I have to kill myself afterwards, I'll do it. Just to make sure this goes away.
Entire peoples and then killing yourself to make up for it is not a one-to-one.
True.
Killing yourself and your entire peoples.
I don't have a people, so that works out.
Translation. He says that you don't understand. They must never be told to someone who might say them incorrectly out of ignorance. Translation. To speak them in error is a blasphemy punishable by death. Only their greatest warriors are even permitted to listen to the tales.
Now, all of this is predicated on one simple thought. The idea that we cannot change the Sand People. That's really what it boils down to. We cannot reason with them. We've never been able to reason with them. We cannot work with them. There's no diplomatic solution. It is possible that such a thing is possible. We don't know. It's never really been successful to actually be diplomatic with the Sand People in a long-term idea, right? The problem here is, well, I shouldn't say the problem here. There's no problem here. It's just, if it is possible to do so, that would obviously be the first option. I mean, I shouldn't even have to say that. That's like saying, well, you know, I could pick this rose, or I could stab myself in the face. You know, you don't go to the first extreme at the first choice, right? However, if it is not possible, what we have is what I call a Borg situation. You can't really reason with the Borg, right? Or can you? Because, again, we're not really sure. And, again, it depends on the writers and it depends on the circumstances and blah, 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 blah. Point being, that's why I wanted to ask you guys your opinion, because there really is no right or wrong in here. Because, I mean, if you walk away, they're just going to keep enslaving and murdering people forever. Okay, fine. There's no right answer then.
There you go.
Because if you walk away, they're just going to keep enslaving people and kidnapping people and indoctrinating people and torturing people. You remember what they did to Anakin's mother? If you haven't read the books, they did that just because she was an outsider. They tortured her to death for being someone who wasn't them. Yeah. So again, no right answer situation. That's why I postulated the question. Where am I at? Right.
Translation.
I was actually lost my point in the dialogue here.
Translation. He won't believe you until he sees a...
I saw that, Django. I don't care.
I should kill him for not taking you at your word, Master. Translation.
Oh, shoot. Did I hit the right button?
Translation. He is stupid.
Okay, I hit the right number. We're good, we're good.
Never thought you could return with such an item? Such a thing has not been done in many years. Translation. He will allow you to meet the storyteller, who also gives a warning. If you dare to repeat the histories incorrectly, you will be killed. Translation. The storyteller will be summoned to one of the rooms here in the Enclave. He seems to think this is a great honor for you, Master.
This is kind of funny, by the way. Our reward for killing a crate dragon is we get the honor of talking to their storyteller. Now, I say that with derogatory nature in my tone because I freaking hate Sand People. However, this is an interesting cultural insight. The idea that to them, their history and their past is so important that there's actually nothing more important than that. Literally, it is the height of import for them. There's only one person in each tribe who actually knows these stories. One person who knows their history, and he must recite them perfectly each time. And he will then pass that on to another person when he or she gets of age, and then they'll repeat it and blah 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 blah. But the idea leads me to some wonderful questions. I mean, like, is there a political system in place here? Is there some kind of balance of power going on between the chieftain, who is obviously a military leader, we can tell that based on his actions, and the Lorerunner, I just said that, didn't I? The storyteller, who we know nothing about other than the fact that they're incredibly enlightened and, you know, all that fun stuff. So, do they actually have any sway within this the tribe? Or are they simply someone who is venerated? Or is there such a thing as political power within the... See, we know so little about the Sand People overall when it really comes down to it. Because there's been so little effort made by the writers of Star Wars to actually go inside the Star Wars people. They've done that 3 times that I'm aware of. Once right here, once with the Obi-Wan thing, and once with Jackass that Jongo just listed. So, or not Jackass, I'm sorry, that's the wrong guy. I'm thinking of the wrong guy. I'm thinking of... Darth Crate. I forget his real name. So, yeah, that's the end of that statement. Where am I going?
Translation.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Where is this guy? I wish to speak to the storyteller, and I wish to take his brains and eat them, because I am a Rakata. Ah, there he is. Okay, save state.
He identifies himself as the storyteller, Master. He has been told of your warrior skills and will speak the history to you.
I am honored. Ask him what he recalls.
Translation. There is only one accepted history.
Yes, I'm actually a sand person, guys. Sorry. Been meaning to tell you.
Translation. A book or datapad can be taken away, cheapening the value of what it contains. To submit it to paper or storage is to remove it from the people.
I'm not even going to comment on that. I'm just going to leave that comment alone. I'm just going to leave that one over there. There we go. Just...
Translation. Translation.
It's the crate thing, yeah.
To hear the history, or you may choose not to. Their history is a single entity that cannot be partitioned. Translation. The only exception is in continuing the tales once they have begun. If you leave, when you return, he will continue from where he left off.
I love that! I love the protocol of that. So you can't interrupt him. However, if you leave, you may do so, and he'll just stay and wait until you come back, and then he'll continue wherever he left off. That's just wonderful. I mean, we know why they do that from a gameplay perspective, but at the same time, isn't that hilarious, the idea of, and then you leave, and then you go and save the galaxy, and come back 3 years later, and the guy's just standing here like...
Hasn't been allowed to recite.
Hasn't been allowed to recite anymore, because he's got his tradition, he's stuck, and he's just waiting, and it's like, oh crap, where was I? And then the, well, why don't you remind me of the part I just told you 3 years ago, so I can continue. Yeah, I know, Baronessa. I wasn't even going to comment on that. Okay, here we go.
Translation.
Let's hear the history of this is why we've been being nice to these people this whole time, rather than slaughtering them all. This is the big moment right here.
It begins with the ancient times. They were not sand people, for there was no sand. The land was green with life, and they walked without wrappings. Translation. Though the land was beautiful, they lived apart from the land. They built their walls high and saw beyond the horizon. They dared to reach the stars. Translation. There are no words for how long ago this was. It was before the outsiders, before the abduction, before the cities fell, before the builders. Translation. Translation. his arrogant people touched the stars, and this sin drew the attention of the builders. The builders did not touch the stars, they lashed them to millstones. Translation: great demons of metal stripped the world of its riches until all that was left was the green of the ground. The great cities were lifted away. Translation: those that had used the wealth were taken along with it. Transgressors abducted to serve past the sky, seeding the stars with penitent, adaptable slaves.
Figures he pauses right when I take a bite. So, fun story. What he just said was just surprisingly literal. They did not serve the stars. They took a millstone to the stars. Think about that for a moment. The Star Forge is exactly that. Consuming that star in order to produce whatever they want. In order to... an entire city-sized space station consuming the energy of a star directly and feeding on the dark side in order to even exist, in order to produce a replicator. But this is Star Wars, which is a different technological branch from Star Trek, and that is actually still damned impressive. They can still punch out tons and tons of war material out of the Star Forge. But I just find it fascinating that the Sand People, in their own way, have remembered the Star Forge across, what, 20,000 years? I mean, that's insane. That's impressive, is what that is. But yeah, this is also talking about, and just to lay it out all clear, the Rakata came and said, "Oh, we can enslave you! That's wonderful! Come with us!" And that's what the Rakata did.
Translation. Translation. There came a time when the builders were also judged for their crimes. After generations, a plague weakened them, and the time of the Great War began. Translation: the builders faltered, and his people realized why they had been punished, so that they understood the crime, and would now strike down the greater offender. Translation: they worked chaos in the machines, so they destroyed themselves. The builders fought back, laying waste to the green that had been misused with fire from above. Translation: soil became glass, grinding to sand, but the fight was long planned, and his people were safe. Deep in cave homes carved from valley wall, they were free.
So we've used the term glassing a planet many times. This is one of the few times that is truly a literal statement. They literally glassed the planet, and over God knows how many years that glass ground down into sand. And that's Tatooine.
Translation. Editing, if I may, Master. This section of his tale details several millennia of the Long Walk, their nomadic wanderings as they accept their identity in a desert world. Rather than strain my circuits on his dialect, might we just assume there was much fighting over who has the biggest bantha and move on to more recent things? Resignation. Very well, Master. Translation. The tribes spread far, distant from each other, but all as sand people, and all cherished the land that remained. The sand would not be misused. Translation. Then machines fell from the stars again, outsiders like you that brazenly walked apart from the land. And greater still was the insult to come. Translation. These outsiders reminded them of their past transgression, of the time when they too walked apart from land. The outsiders, your kind, looked like their ancient abducted. Translation: so it is to the current sons that the Sand People hate all outsiders and give them no footing. You come again, time after time, adaptable slaves to the machine. Editing. The last 1,000 years are full of conflicts with different groups of attempted planetary settlers, all of whom are poorly described, long dead, and likely untraceable. I believe I have truncated it down to the usable bits in what was already said. I hope it is enough, Master. Translation. Translation. We are free to leave.
Well, pandemonium. Now, what I was just about to talk about that, Flipper. What he said, and based on other things we've heard, and apparently there's other books that confirm this, the idea has been tossed out a lot that the Sand People were the original humans way back in the day. Now, that's, of course, debatable because, to my knowledge, there is no official home planet for the humans. That's never actually been a thing. The closest thing that's always been assumed is Coruscant, even though most historians in character actually disagree with that. So it is entirely possible that the original Sand People were in fact human and were in fact the original humans. Because remember, lots of humans of the original Sand People were taken away by the builders, and lots of them still existed when the Rakatan Empire self-destructed, which would leave them out and about with all that technology that they at least had an understanding of how to use, leading to the rise of what would eventually be called the Republic and society and all that fun stuff. Imagine, and given how widespread the Rakatans are, it also explains why there are so many human settlements across the entire galaxy, especially if these people were such wonderful slaves, which is why they'd be the most... You see how this kind of works out, kind of thing, right? That's just a theory, but it's a theory I actually really enjoy. I've heard it before, and it makes a lot of sense when you consider things. And that brings me to the next thing I wanted to talk about, though. One of the things I like most about KoTOR... Hang on, we got to do this appropriately.
Criticism.
Hang on, we're damn it, he's not letting me. Damn it! Really? Okay, hang on, we can do this another way. There we go, okay. So, now, as I was about to say... So, one of the things I like about KoTOR is the fact that it goes out of its way to really add to something that Star Wars basically didn't have all that much, really, up until this point in time. That something is a mythos. It really expands the how and the why... Oh, hang on. Of how exactly the Star Wars came to be. It explains the origination of Tatooine, of the Sand People. It gives theoretical possibilities for how the humans came to be, you know. It gives the ideas and possibilities of how the Leviathans were first birthed. It also talks about the origination of Kashyyyk, or Kashyyyk, if you prefer. And so forth and so on. In other words, there's a lot of things that KoTOR added to the overall mythos of Star Wars, to the setting, to the backstory, to the history of Star Wars. And it's one of the things I like most about it. Because that's one thing BioWare actually does really well, is setting. You know, they're good at plots, they're good at characters, but they are amazing at setting. I mean, Mass Effect is a ridiculously in-depth, complicated, wonderful setting. So is Dragon Age. So is Jade Empire, even though it doesn't get that much attention. You know, and so the thing they do here, with regards to the Sand People and all that stuff, I just love it. Basically, I don't know what I have anything else to say. I just really like that they did that. You may feel free to tell me I'm stupid. I can accept that. Ah, this is so therapeutic. You have no idea, guys. You notice I'm not getting dark side points for this, Omni. Besides, this is the light side. We already talked about this. You know how many people's lives I am saving right now? I already summarized most of what was there that I'm aware of, Django. Although I guess I could reload it if you really want me to. Let me at least... Can I at least finish slaughtering them, please? Can't you just give me this? there any... Up, there's one more. What do you mean, Sozep? Exactly, Ventures. I'm not killing these guys for experience or love of the hatred or killing other. I am actually trying to save people by removing these people from the equation. I'm pulling a Morden. And I'm... Where's the... but okay, we'll go back and re-talk to them. But this is canon.
Cautionary clarification. They may impatience. Master, I refuse to inconvenience you with this. He spouted names of petty tribal fights in deserts so distant they might as well be across the galaxy. Really, Master, I'm sure it's important to him, but it has nothing of value that you could ever put to use. Clarification. The occupying force suffered some sort of species-wide plague that lowered their numbers over time. His people used this extended weakness to sabotage their larger ships. The response of the builders appears to have been to lay waste to the entire surface of Tatooine. Doubting. They didn't, Master. They struck a blow, but the storyteller only believes they won because the builders were gone when they emerged from their caves. That does not mean they defeated anyone. It seems clear that the builders simply sterilized their problem and left. The enemy judged them not worthy to fight. Cautionary. Clarification. I believe they were occupied by this technologically superior species for a substantial period. Stripping an entire planet of usable resources would have taken generations. Translation. Translation. He has no number. He claims that those that were taken were examples of the worst of his kind, arrogant and uncaring of the land. Doubtful. Master, this is just another distortion due to their demonization of the builders. It's like claiming an aspect of his people were taken, not actual individuals. Clearly, history has colored his view. Of course, only the inferior meatbags were taken. The remaining were his ancestors, after all. It must have been special. Cautionary. Remember. Clarification. It would appear that they once had a thriving technologically advanced society, but were wiped out by a much more sophisticated alien species. Negative. I am no library, but since there is no Republic record of this planet having sentient life before Zerka colonization, I doubt you will find such evidence. Translation. Translation. He only understands the builders as an iconic force meant to test the resolve of his people. He is not making sense, Master. Clarification. They claim their stories are repeated unchanged, but they have demonized these builders. In their minds, they wreaked such havoc they could not possibly be flesh and blood.
I think we're done here.
Obedient.
Just for you, Taran. We won't kill all the sand people, even though I do honestly think that is a good act. But I've said my piece. For reference, I was deliberately not looting the Gaffi sticks because that would be more inclined towards evil. And if I'm doing it for the experience, you know, that's kind of bad. And if I'm doing it for the money, that's bad. I was not doing it for either motivation. Hence the good. But we'll move on. I just realized I have no idea why I'm running. Get out of my party. Get into my party. I'm pretty sure that that kind of a food cycle ecosystem thing doesn't really apply to sapient beings. K, sorry, dude. This is when K is like, I disagree with you. And then I say, I disagree with you as well, K! And then we just walk away because there's nothing else to discuss. I know, Rory, that is actually...
Greetings again from the...
Blah, blah, blah.
I see that, but do you have the all-important chieftains, Gaffy?
Oh, yeah, right.
I'll take...
So, yeah, forgot about that. Whatever. Hey, Griff. That is true, okay. I will actually agree with that. Okay, we have to go talk to Helena first. Got it. To Helena. Well, the Sand People... See, the funny thing is, I could argue for the Jawas being helpful for the ecology of Tatooine, but not the Sand People. This is funny. You dropped this thing. Thanks. Fun fact, you can act dumb and he'll just get more and more frustrated with you as they know you're not understanding. You're not understand. In fact, here, let's act dumb just to demonstrate what that's like. Hang on. That's alright. Sorry for acting smart, guys. Let's act dumb really quick. I didn't drop anything. Just some kind of con? I'm sorry, there must be some mistake. I didn't drop anything. Is this some kind of con game? Look, I don't want it. I'll beat you to death with that data pad if you don't go away. Right. No. Okay, fine. Give me the stupid data pad. Here's a go. We didn't have a single Kashyyyk in that. I'm actually amazed. Okay, what? Oh yeah, that's for the Manon thing. It's okay. I'm a Jedi. I can survive things like bombs. I mean, as if a bomb could kill me. I mean, that'd be like saying that being shot at, or excuse me, having the bridge of my ship explode behind me would kill me. Don't be ridiculous. The whole datapad is Kashyyyk. Wunda wunda wunda.
Back already? Have you even looked for the holocron yet?
I have the holocron, Mother. I'm just not sure I want to give it to you.
And why not? Would you deny me even that?
I've never denied you anything, Mother. You may think I don't remember what it was like before I left for the Order, but I do. You were the one who pushed Father to go on one treasure hunt after the other. You loved living in wealth. You think I don't remember the fights? You were eager to send me to the Jedi even though I didn't want to go. You took Father away from me. And now this holocron is all I have of him.
Fool girl. You have a strange way of remembering things. That wasn't...
No. I don't wish to argue with you anymore, Mother. It's time we parted.
This is a good scene, by the way.
For both our benefit. You don't know her.
My mother is notoriously deceptive when she wants something. Why should she have the holocron? Is it too difficult to believe that I am a dying woman who simply wishes to see her husband one last time? I find it difficult to believe anything you say, Mother. You're right. It shames me, but I find it difficult to let go of the past. I'm sorry, Mother. I was hard on you, dear. I wasn't a very good mother to you. I know that. Your father loved you so. He wanted you to be just like him. He wanted to take you on his hunts, but I said they were too dangerous. I always tried to keep him from the dangerous ones, but he would have none of it. It was a reckless life we led. Always moving. I didn't want that for you.
So that's why you gave me to the Order?
What do your father and I have to show for all those years of hunting? Nothing. That was no life for anyone. Especially not someone as gifted as you.
Yes, Pandemonium.
He spent all his last years trying to pay for my treatments. That's why he went for the pearls. I begged him not to, but...
Your treatments?
I'm dying, Bastila. I did not lie about that. It's been a long time in the coming, and there's really nothing that can be done anymore. I told your father to let me go, but you know how he was. Stubborn, like you.
I'm so sorry, Mother. I don't know what to say.
Keep the holocron, Bastila. It would do me good to know you have it. This talking to you. This is what I really needed before I
know. Thank you. I'm glad we talked too.
Oh, no. You said you had important business, and you were never one to mince words. You there. You take care of my daughter, you hear me?
Well, I do plan on marrying her and having children with her, so does that qualify?
That's it. I'll feel a lot better knowing there's someone to watch her.
Where are you going to go?
It doesn't matter, dear. Don't you worry about me.
Here, take these 500 credits. It's all I have. Go to Coruscant and find a doctor. I'll meet you there after what I have to do.
But I already told you there's nothing that can...
Please take it. I want to see you again, when we can talk.
All right, I will. You do what you have to, Bastila. You go make your father and I proud.
I'll try. Farewell, Mother.
And that's why keeping them from their families is stupid. Or I can explain this another way. Have any of you out there seen Inside Out? If you have, the penultimate scene at the climax of that is exactly why you shouldn't keep children from their mothers, or their parents. Sorry, but no, that's another line for me. Woo, woo, woo. Also, amazing voice acting, which as always helps sell a BioWare game.
How can I help?
Yeah, Brigwin, I was going to point that out, but I didn't even feel it was worth pointing. It's the same thing with Mission. Both Mission and Bastila were literally children. Like, really, really young when these events happened. How well do you remember when you were 7? You know? Or 5?
Yes. That brought me a lot of peace. More than I thought it would have. Thank you for urging me toward it. After all my training, I would have thought it would have been easier. Apparently, I still have much to learn.
Yeah, Jack is another excellent example of that kind of misremembering thing. And personally, I'm not saying that, you know, every person should have a mother and a father. What I am saying is everyone should have a family. You of your kind, Izzies of Java would thank you for what you have done. Mine has returned because of you. It was as we agreed, as is as hoped it was. I have things to give you. Take and be welcome. You're a good friend of the Jawas. We'll remember your kind when you are gone. Bye. There have been some fan theories that the Jawas started being more open with regards to trading with the outsider races because of Revan's actions here. I don't know if that's true or not, but it would be worth noting that a lot of galactic community was really being established at this point in time. It's one of the reasons BioWare picked this particular era to do stuff in. Because, as we'll talk about when we get to Kashyyyk, I mean, this is a first for a lot of things in the history of this place. Yes, the Republic was still around. Yes, there was some established culture and history and society prior to this. But a lot of what we would consider modern Star Wars Modern Republic actually basically was being formed around this time. Remember, the Jedi weren't even stupid ridiculous until about 50 years prior to now, thanks to the Exar Kun incident being so recent in our history. So.
How can I help? Why? I could not accomplish this on my own. I need the aid of others, especially one who is strong in the Force. The bond between us made you a natural choice. Besides, the events on Taris prove that the Force wanted to bring us together for this mission. And there is little left to chance when the Force is involved. Is that not enough for you?
You know, I wish that the ways to hit on Bastila weren't so god-awful. It's like, I mean, you'd think Revan would be this amazingly charismatic person, but instead he's, like, bumbling when it comes to trying to flirt with her. It's ridiculous. Also, as an aside, I just feel like pointing out once again the blind faith in the will of the Force, which tends to be a thing for light Jedi in general.
I said we were brought together for our mission, to stop Malak. I hardly think the Force would be pushing us toward a romantic involvement when the fate of the galaxy is at stake. Please try to stay focused. I doubt the Council would approve if they knew we were busy discussing our mutual attraction when we should be saving the galaxy from Malak.
Mutual attraction.
Mutual attraction? I never said... It's just an expression. Whatever our feelings... whatever your feelings, you have to try to ignore them. Don't let this complicate things. Finding the missing pieces of the star maps is our only hope of locating the Star Forge and defeating Malak. The Council explained all this quite clearly.
I love that. They don't know how to write romance, but they do know how to write some aspects of romance, and that's a good example of it. A couple things to point out really quick, though. First of all, as Dark Pandemonium said, I think the graphics in this game have aged okay. It does remind me of a PS2 era game, but it doesn't bother me. The gameplay and the UI bother me. The graphics don't. If they could fix those two things and the graphics were still this fine, then I'd be okay with it. It would be nice to see an actual proper remake graphics thing, because there are certain characters like Juhani, as I mentioned earlier, who I look at and it's like, God, that looks terrible. You know. Second thing I want to point out, though. In addition, her lovely line is like, "Oh, mutual attraction." I didn't mean mutual. I was just an expression. But what I do want to say is she dropped something in there that I think is very relevant. Ignoring canon, ignoring what the canon storyline here is, there's no denying that the one of the quickest, easiest, I hesitate to use the word best, but best ways to turn Bastila back towards being a good person from being a bad person is through the bond of love. Now, I mention that because if there is some kind of will to the Force, which I obviously don't agree with, but as I've said, if there was some kind of a will to the Force, it could be argued that the Force was literally trying to help Revan and Bastila get closer together, specifically so that critical moment could happen, and so all the things that followed as a result of that joining could then happen. Debatable, but something that I felt worth pointing out.
I admit, there were times that I wondered if this is more than just a mission to stop Malak. There were times when I wondered if this was also a way for the Council to test my own abilities.
There's more going on than I know.
I wondered if the Council wanted to see how I would help and guide you on our quest. I wondered if they were testing me to see if I was ready to become a Jedi Master myself. And then I realized how foolish such thoughts were. As the Council explained, sending a Master in our group would only have drawn unwanted attention from the Sith. The fate of the galaxy is at stake.
That's a lie, by the way. I'll talk about why in a second.
They calculated the risks, and in the end chose the only option available.
Okay, here's the lie. Sending a Master would draw too much attention, so we're going to send the one Force user in the entire galaxy that Malak wants more than anyone else. Oh, I forgot to talk about that earlier. Why is it Malak wants her battle meditation so badly? Well, there's two answers to this. One is the obvious. It gives him an edge. That's the answer, blah, 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 nothing there. The other answer is because Malak's a frickin' retard. Malak is so stupid. so ridiculously dumb with his tactics and his strategies that the only reason he's succeeding is because he is literally churning out arms and material from the Starforge at 200% capacity now. That'll actually be going up over time in order to basically try to start pushing the Republic back. And even that basically isn't enough. Even that is not sufficient. Malik actually wants to be winning. So, A, he's a terrible leader and tactician, and B, he also is still afraid. He is still actually like, oh God, I'm not winning enough, I'm not doing well enough, I need another edge. See, this is the difference between Malik and Revan in a nutshell. Revan earned his way towards everything he accomplished, and Malik cheated his way towards everything he accomplished. And it is worth noting that there is actually a hugely debatable, massive morass of gray in between the difference of earning something and cheating for something. So it's hard to debate. It's hard to debate because so many people disagree on what is cheating and what is debating. But I personally think most people in chat right now are going to agree with me when I say that Malik is a frickin' cheater, in the worst sense of the words. And I don't even know how to explain how I mean that, so I'm just going to shut up on the topic. We'll talk about it more later, because it'll be relevant when we get to Korriban.
You must learn to trust in the wisdom of the Council. Your destiny will come when its appointed time. You mustn't be so impatient.
That wouldn't surprise me, Pandemonium.
Must you be so frustrating? I admit I had a moment of foolish pride, but I'm over it. Now I am focused on my true responsibilities. I'm simply trying to help you and complete this mission, and yet you battle me at every turn. Fun? Fun? Driving me insane is your idea of a good time? You are a very odd man. Do you know that? I simply don't know how to deal with you. All I want to do is help you, but you seem determined to drive me mad. Unfortunately, it isn't as easy as that, but your point is well taken. Come on, come. Let's move on. There's much to be done.
Hey, Full Metal. Really quick. Let's get some levels in. I don't care. And... Sure. See, I have a hard time picking responses like that because it's like, God, you're just being a dick at that point, Revan. Seriously. Chillax, man. Welcome back, Galtori. Have you been on the phone this whole time? That is one hell of a conversation. Hey, Dios. Welcome back to the land of doom. Okay, so let's get rid of Jahane. No. Yes, you may thank Torin for the fact that we are super good. Possibly even stupid good, but definitely super good regardless. I went with Stasis because I plan on picking up Disable Droid myself, Jonko. That was my reasoning. You... Yep. We have one more quest to do, and then we're done on Tatooine for now. We'll actually be back here later, after the Leviathan. Hey, Yildripple. Sneak attack 6, and... that one...
Sure.
This way. Yes, you did, Dios. It's okay, it was still awesome.
Ah, just the person I was hoping to see.
Hi, Griff.
Save it, Griff. I'm not talking to you. I want no part of whatever you're involved in.
Okay, sis, I see you're still mad. Fair enough. I don't think you can help me with this anyway. It's more of a job for your friend here.
Get to the point.
As you may know, tack glands can be refined to a very potent powder. It's the primary ingredient in Teresian ale. That's what makes it so strong. Of course, now that Taris is pretty much wiped from the face of the map, Tarisian ale has become somewhat scarce and very, very valuable. Luckily, I know the secret recipe.
You want to open a bar?
I know this guy. He's with the Exchange.
Oh, this is already
If I
starting
get a small
wonderfully.
sample of Parisian ale. He says he can synthesize it and reproduce it in mass quantities. Problem is, I need one of those tack glands to make the first batch. And now that Taris is a smoking ruin, the only place to find tack is on Kashyyyk. If you can get your hands on one of those tack glands, I'll make it worth your while.
Griff, are you blind? Can't you see you're talking to a Jedi? We're out here trying to save the galaxy. We can't waste time on this.
Please, you have to help me. I promised this guy from the Exchange a sample of Tarisian ale. If I don't come through for him, he's gonna break my legs. Or worse.
Griff. You ever heard of the Darwin Awards, Griff? Samurai, if you could tell me or message me on the forums or whatever how it is you download Twitch stuff, because my method doesn't work. It only grabs like a chunk of the entire video. So the last time I did it, I had to do this really irritating process of basically chopping it up manually through highlights and loading it up that way. Yeah, but I'll help you. Because I have to. And that's the only reason. I'm doing it for her, not for you.
Yeah, I knew you'd come through for me. You won't regret this. You'll see. Just don't take too long, okay? This guy from the Exchange could stop by any day. I kind of told him I already had the stuff, so if he shows up and I'm empty-handed, well, let's just say I really, really hope it doesn't come to that.
I'm sorry, Last Echo of Hope. I hear the good old games version is good. Thank you. Bookmarked lurker. Wait, you're not Samurai. You're a phony. Actually, yes, there is Pandemonium. Now that I think about it. For those of you not getting the joke, Kay's group that he's a part of in the Primus campaign is called the Exchange, so I could totally see you as a thug enforcer, by the way, Kay. If you ever do decide to reroll, you should totally go that route. See if Juhani has anything to say.
How may I be of assistance to you, Padawan?
You can stop calling me Padawan.
What is it you would like? I have been thinking much about our journey, and I am grateful and honored that you have accepted me with you. I am not used to such unbiased acceptance from one who is nearly a stranger to me. We KoTOR do not make friends easily, or for long. Even on Tatooine, I remained alone. Not ostracized exactly, but separate. Yes, it was. I find it difficult to speak.
No
of
fourth
those
wall
things.
breaking, Kay.
I do not want to live that way ever again. And here, it seems different. It is warming. I feel almost welcome, needed. You seem to be very decisive when it is required of you. It is reassuring to know that I can count on someone like you.
Welcome back, XP. You'll have to remind me what poll pissed you off, because we've had several. In fact, I think I never actually cut off the last one. Okay, we're good, we're good.
Yes, and that is my point. I find it difficult to explain. It is so different from what I'm used to. Just...
You're the one who wanted to
thank
play a
you for
human,
accepting
Kay.
me.
Just saying.
How may I be of a... What is it?
Okay, we're done with Juhani. For now. See if Karth has anything to say. I don't think he does.
I'm not very good at this. I know I owe you an apology. More than one, probably. I was just so desperate to finally face Saul directly in the Battle over Terrace. And now the Jedi have us looking for these star maps. I know this mission is important, it's just, I feel a bit useless. I can fight, sure, but I'm no Jedi. All this feels completely out of my league.
And yet the irony is Karth is probably the second best leader of our group.
because this is more important. This may really finally make a difference. I suppose even if I can't figure out everything that's going on, I still want to help if I can. I just hate not knowing what's going on and feeling this helpless. But I shouldn't have taken that out on you. I've been a royal pain in the backside, haven't I?
Did you see how that ended up, XP? Because we ended up being light side before we turned it in, so we didn't actually send her off into her doom. She ended up meeting the guy whose name I don't remember in the Enclave and getting together with him, so that was really nice. If I was in the Star Wars universe, I would probably use, based on my real-life sword fighting experience, granted this was years ago, I haven't sword fighting forever. Welcome back, Django. Single lightsaber, not dual wielding, not a dual saber. Not a whip. It would have a white or a silver crystal color. And the style, I forget what it's called, but if you've ever seen how Sephiroth fights, that is actually very similar to my style. It's very much about momentum. Actually, you know what? I talked about this before. The way that Geralt fights in Witcher 3 is actually very similar to how I used to fight before, I shattered my leg into a million pieces. Lots of momentum, lots of energy, lots of movement, lots of keeping the flow going is how I like to think of it. I don't know what that style's called in Star Wars, so someone else can feel free to fill in the gaps there.
No, I do worry about it. I've traveled the lanes more than once. I should know better than this. So, I'm sorry. Will you accept my apology?
Yes, I totally will. Because one of the things I do like about Carth is, yeah, he is a whiner, but he, and this is true with a lot of BioWare characters, comes across as very, very human. So...
Done. Let's get underway then, shall we, partner?
I mean, this is a man who actually would fit better in KoTOR 2, given how broken he really is after everything that's happened to him. Flow motion. The poll was about the killing of people and stuff. I don't know. It's stupid. Moving on.
How can I help? I do. I've been trying to come up with the best way.
I don't know, British Twitch. You guys know the Star Wars forums better than I do.
Just come out and say it. The truth is, I have come to depend on you, not just for the sake of the mission, but for my own sake as well. I'm glad you're with us. Well, yes. Surely that's not so surprising. Did I? I am trying to be sincere here. It occurred to me that I may have been too critical of you, too demanding at times.
Let me talk about something else with regards to Bashla and Revan's relationship, because it's very interesting to think about, in my opinion. This is a woman who, and I know I've said this 50 times, knows we're Revan. She knows we're Revan. And yet, she still finds herself attracted to us. I've always held the personal theory that she has had a... admiration is actually the word I want to use. With regards to Revan, even before she actually met us, even before she came after us, that she is the kind of... I've said it before and I've said it again, Bashla would be better suited to the dark side, good dark side, but dark side nonetheless, than light side, because she is so much more about her passions and actions and whatnot, and actually doing things and actually going out through their things. So I feel like the real Bashla, so to speak, the one who isn't being restrained by dogma and doctrine, is the kind of Bashla who would look at the renegade Revan, not the evil Revan. No, Prog. The renegade Revan. And admire that. Admire his ability and his charisma and his leadership skill and his skill with the Force and everything that he can actually do with regards to... everything that he actually did with regards to the war. He was someone who stood up and said, yes, I'm going to make this happen. And did it. And I've always felt she admires that. Now, that's always just been my opinion on the matter, but when she actually meets us in person... she probably, in my opinion, she probably distanced herself from us and talked down to us and was all those things, for all the reasons I've already talked about, of course. But prior to that, in addition, it was because this is Revan, and she cannot let herself have any feelings about us. Because we're evil, we're dark side, and we're bad. We're dark side and we're bad. We're dark side, and this guy's seeming really okay, but he's dark side, and he really helped a lot of people, but he's dark side, and wow, he is a really cool guy, and he's just going out of his way to help lots of people, and I don't understand. You get where I'm going with this. In other words, she was probably... It took her a while to actually overcome her own prejudice on the matter. And get to the point where she could admit that there was nothing wrong with actually admiring him, right? And actually growing to care about him. And that would, of course, develop into a relationship. Now, here's the catch. I wish this game was a little bit longer, because it feels like Bastula's romance with him is a little bit rushed. Unlike, say, Morrigan's, which takes practically all of Dragon Age Origins, and you have to really slowly, carefully work your way in there and pry her out of her shell and show her what an actual relationship is, rather than it just being, sex, but actually working up to actually having a real relationship with the woman. It feels like they're going with the same thing with Bastila, but it feels like they just kind of skipped a chunk of the middle part. And so it's like we start working towards the friendship of what a relationship should be founded on, and then, and we're together, But then again, the whole game is actually very truncated if you feel it, which is funny when you think about it. But anyways, moving on. No, Bastila knows exactly who Revan is, and has since the beginning of the game. And that is true, Fu. There is the force bond between them, and it is worth noting that having a literal, metaphysical bond between people does actually make a lot of sense for the fact that it would speed up a emotional connection between them, romantic or otherwise. So, that's always cool.
I know my manner can be a bit taciturn. I know you must be getting sick of my lectures about the dark side and everything else.
Lunch, Bregman.
I spent all my years being hounded by my instructors, being told so often how gifted and important I was until I was sick of it.
That is true, XP. I agree with your correction.
I would never become as self-absorbed and stodgy as the Jedi Masters.
I'm sorry, I was talking over that. I gotta repeat that for anybody who missed it. I remember when I was younger, I used to swear I would never become as self-absorbed and stodgy as the Jedi Masters. I'm not going to talk on that because I've already covered all those points about the problem with the Jedi, about the Exar Kun situation, about the truth of Bastila as a real person. So just rehash all that here because she's just talking about it here. Yes, actually, Pandemonium. There is a definite theme with that, and I do feel Morrigan was their best aspect, their best implementation of that concept.
I suppose not. But I am becoming like that, though it's not easy for me to admit. Being controlled has kept everyone around me at an arm's length. Even those like yourself who are most in need of my understanding and compassion. Maybe it's time to change that. You deserve to know how much I respect and admire you. I had to tell you how much I care for you. As a friend, of course.
Now, this is where we just kind of shove it forward, because I wish we had stopped at the friend point for a little bit and then had time to develop it, but again, rushed. But again, force bond.
Please, it's not allowed. I have to remain true to the Jedi ideal.
Why?
If this is going to cause a problem, maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
However, I do like the fact that immediately after you flirt, you have this wonderful dialogue action. I'm glad you did, because I care for you too, as a friend.
Well, that was not nearly so difficult as I feared. Thank you for hearing me out. I feel much better, but enough soul-searching for now. We should probably continue on with our mission.
Yes. Our mission to explore strange new worlds.
I can
Okay, we're done with that. I think so, okay. I'm not 100% sure. It's actually been a long time since I've done a romance with her, because I usually play female Revens. Okay, we did that, Canderous might have something to say. Canderous is a weird one, because he's like the only one who doesn't really have a quest. I guess he's not a weird one, because Mission's quest is, well, we're working on that, and, excuse me, and then, Canderous doesn't really have a quest, not really, and then, Zalbar's is literally part of the plot. We actually cannot bypass Zalbar's quest, and Bastila's quest is the main quest, so it's this weird situation.
Yeah, what do you want? I think I'll tell you a bit about the recent war we had with the Republic. That might be more familiar to you. The one where Jedi Revan beat my people. We started by conquering worlds outside the Republic. We did it quietly, so the Republic wouldn't really know what was going on until it was too late. When we finally did hit the Republic worlds, they had no idea we were coming. We came in through 3 invasion corridors in adjacent sectors. Anyone who put up a fight, or wouldn't fight, was crushed. We raised whole worlds trying to provoke the Republic into fighting us. I don't particularly enjoy wiping out worlds for its own sake, but the cowardly tactics the Republic defenders used left us little choice.
I just feel like pointing out that this guy is trying to justify mass murder on a scale that, I mean, you guys disagreed with me with the whole thing with the Sand People. Imagine doing that except on a planetary scale multiple times.
Hiding in the homes of civilians, using families as shields, thinking we would not use appropriate force on their bases inside major cities. They underestimated our resolve, and what measures are acceptable in war. Those who cannot defend themselves should not be around those who can in battle. If annihilating a city is the kind of power it takes to overwhelm a Republic shield device, then that's what we did. Necessary force to destroy all opposition.
This is his perspective is unique because, again, it's not linear. It's not black and white with regards to Canderous. He is a horrible person in many ways, and yet at the same time, he does actually have a code of existence that he follows that he is willing to break. It's just weird that he's this thing of good and bad. And again, like a person, it is one thing BioWare does pretty well. It's the variance between the two. There we go. Sorry, my chair was ill-adjusted. So it's funny because this is that kind of mindset that, in a very strange way, Thane used over in Mass Effect 2. He's an assassin. He kills people, but that's not wrong. The wrong is the people who sent him to kill. Now, that is an unusual perspective, and whether you agree with it or not, it is a unique way of thinking of things. Canderous here has a surprisingly similar mindset. We're not the ones who are wrong for killing all those innocent civilians. The Republic is wrong for making sure those innocent civilians were on the front lines. Except it's not that black and white either, because we know for a fact that at least part of the Republic wasn't deliberately trying to ensure that the civilians would be attacked. It was just the way that they had done military protocol for so long that it never occurred to them that they would actually attack cities, actually attack residencies, actually attack civilians. But I have to admit, I have two backings when it comes to my family, my history, right? Medical and military, right? I know, weird combination. And there's one thing that's been handed down to me, and it's actually one of the first things I learned from my grandfather and from my dad, both, with regards to the military, and that is, you do not attack civilians. It's like the most hardcore, driven-in mindset, mentality, rule. It's the prime directive with regards to some people's viewpoint on military. And I agree with that perspective completely and wholeheartedly. So that's why, even though I present Canderous here as something of a multifaceted person, there's no denying that what he did was still pretty frickin' messed up. However, again, if the Republic was deliberately trying to hold a situation where they were holding civilians hostage as a way of defending themselves, then that is also on the Republic's side of being bad. Yes, I know, Paradox. I was actually going to point out that the Great Hyperspace War, well, let's just say there were no good guys in that war, and just leave it at that. So, yeah. The Mandalorian War was messed. It's actually one of the most messed up wars in the history of Star Wars, in my opinion. It was bad. You know, even the Clone Wars and the other dozen or so wars, the Jedi Civil War and the Hyperspace War, in my opinion, never really got quite as just messed up as the Mandalorian War was. And yeah, Al-Sabi, I actually know what you're talking about with that. Which is funny because I've always had kind of the different perspective on that. With word choice, I've always perceived a warrior as someone who actually has a degree of code or personality or is out here to help people, whereas a soldier is someone who is hired to point a gun. But The terminology is the only thing that's different. I still kind of agree with Karth's mentality.
I have no time or patience for cowards. They deserve to be hunted down and exterminated like vermin. There was no honor in wiping them out like rats. But some of your forces did redeem the Republic in our eyes. Especially later. Later, when Revan had joined the war. But we'll get back to that. We've wasted too much time already. Is there something else you want to know? Your choice.
And yeah, we're going to do exactly that, Django. As soon as I remember where the exit is, it's over here. We will not be bringing Johnny, because I don't want to mess that up. Kind of, K. That... Whoa. Spinning. Yeah, tell me about it, Last Echo. Ordo is... Canderous is more of a complicated person than he makes himself out to be. But he's still a bastard. My favorite topping to add to mac and cheese is jalapenos. Easy answer. Love jalapeno mac and cheese. CK, it depends on what you consider canon, because no matter what, it is undeniable that the Sith, which could mean dozens of different things, the Sith are the ones who pushed Mandalore into the war against them. And Mandalore himself was a colossal jackass, let's make that clear. This particular Mandalore, to make it clear. I forget what his title was. Mandalore the Dumbass, I think, is a good enough title for him. But if you acknowledge Tor as canon, then he was pushed into the war specifically to begin as a precursor to Viché's invasion. But as I've said before, Tor doesn't really line up with KoTOR or KoTOR 2 in terms of everything with regards to its lore. So whichever explanation you feel is better. The ultimate, thank you. Mandalore, the ultimate dumbass. I knew it was something like that. Oh shoot, I meant to talk to her. Back out. Damn it. Mandalore the broccoli. I like that.
How can I help? Am I so transparent? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, considering our bond. Yes, there is something I would like to ask, if you'll permit it.
I prefer the idea of the hidden Sith. I do not like the way that the Sith Empire... Well, that's a lie. I like certain aspects of how the Sith Empire is presented in Tor, because there are some interesting subtleties and a lot of grays when it comes to the Sith Empire in Tor. But I don't like how they used Vichay, I don't like how they used the kill the galaxy threat, and I don't like how they did the... what you would call the main plotline of Tor. So, if we could have like a mix between the two, that'd be awesome.
In our time together, I've been watching you. You are a true servant of the light. You follow the tenets of the Jedi Order despite the lure of the dark side. And with so little training, for me it has always been a constant battle. Don't you find it difficult at all? You make it seem so easy. Or is that only an illusion?
By the way, heavy foreshadowing there. I'll be talking more about her fall to the dark side later, but, you know, the idea of her being a constant battle. I've said it before and I've said it again. She should be a dark Jedi. A good dark Jedi. But let's pause for just a moment, because I want to say something I've actually said, not during this lore run, but we were talking about KoTOR during one of my streams. And we were talking about, you know, if the members in KoTOR would be, you know, Force users, what would they be? For example, Mission, I think, would be a dark Jedi. It's the only one I really feel like mentioning, because Mission is definitely that kind of a person, but her... I feel like Mission would be a genuinely good Dark Jedi, a person who could really actually use her passions and use her Force without ever really being tempted by the darker natures and the horrible things that can happen as a result of, you know, using the dark side too much. Yeah, Rigel, the funny thing about that, Rigel, is it could be argued that the Dread Masters were made specifically in reference to that concept. Even though the Dread Masters were literally just puppets of Vichay, but, you know, whatever. Anyways. Oh, exactly, Last Echo. There are tons of dark side users in Tor who are actually good people. It's great, actually.
And that's enough for you. If only it were as easy for me. If only the right path was always clear. I've always struggled for control over my passions. I've always been too quick to anger, too quick to get involved. My instructors constantly berated me for it. I've often dreamed that I might be able to confront Darth Malak myself. I dream I can use all this power I have to kill him and stop all the death and destruction. I just think about all the evil that the Sith have caused, and I get so furious. Yet we are told that these feelings are the path to the dark side.
Shoutouts, Kester. Welcome to the stream. Don't be a stranger. If you got any questions, feel free to hit me. If I'm ignoring you, it's because I'm not ignoring you. I got to come up with like a speech, because I give it to every person who shows up. It's like, I try very hard to keep up with my chat, is what I'm trying to say. So if I miss a statement by you, it's because I literally miss it. I'm not actually ignoring you. I don't ignore my chat. I actually disagree. There would be one person, I think, who would be a light Jedi user in KoTOR 1. Zalbar. Now, I know you're going to disagree with me hugely on this, but I think Zalbar, especially after the incident we'll be talking about when we get to Kashyyyk, has learned a tremendous amount about self-restraint, control, keeping himself under, you know, that kind of a thing, and to the point where he could actually have that kind of ability to use the light side of the Force extensively and with great capacity. And I think that would be awesome, by the way. Zalbar being a light Jedi would just be really cool. I don't know. Hanhar. Oh, Hanhar is definitely an idiot who needs to be stabbed in the face. There we go. We're done. Let's see.
What comes next? After using all that power, would you decide to impose your own view on the universe?
No.
The dark side corrupts your very thoughts. The very thought that I could become as evil as Malak. I just can't fathom it. It just doesn't seem possible. I mean, how could I... No. Wait, I'm sorry. I shouldn't even be asking you this. The Jedi teachings are clear. Who am I to question them? Even worse, who am I to try and make you question them?
Well?
These are dangerous thoughts. The indulgence of a vain mind. Please, forget I ever mentioned this. Let's just return to our mission.
And people wonder why so many Jedi are lunging at the offer to join the Sith right now. I mean, after all, what is the Jedi Order offering them at this point in history? Please, no religious parallels.
How can I help? Yes, I did end that quite abruptly, didn't I? Perhaps a master could have addressed my questions with the proper wisdom. But I never should have brought it up here, not with you. Part of my purpose on this mission was to guide you in the way of the light, to help you avoid the temptations of the dark side. But I fear I've failed in that task. I don't think I'm the proper Jedi to guide you. I'm no master. You should have remained with the Council.
Actually, Sterling's, usually I take your comments as just, you know, you being silly or stupid or whatever. But I totally agree with that. The Jedi offer not being persecuted by the Jedi.
Perhaps you're not being truly objective then. There's no need to spend feelings on this point. The fact of the matter is I have never possessed much skill at controlling myself. With the bond that joins us, it seems I have even less. You have maintained the path of the light side, but it has been in spite of my influence, not because of it. It's increasingly obvious I am unable to guide you properly. That's kind of you to say, but I think the evidence speaks for itself. I think I may have made a very big mistake. I simply hope that you are not the one who pays the price, ultimately, for the fact that I can't help you enough.
Maybe we could help each other. And I don't even mean that as a pickup line.
That's a kinder response than I deserve. And I can see there is wisdom in your words. You continue to be there for me, don't you? Even after I keep pushing you away, you're still around when I need you most. You're like no man I've known before. And you're nothing like what I expected you to be after the Council sent us on this mission together.
Ahem. Clear and obvious reference to the fact that she was expecting Revan to be horrible. To be this nightmarish, dark, evil, doom. It's the demonizing thing. We just talked about this with the Sand People. It's the demonizing thing all over again.
time to think about all this. Things are... they're not going as I thought they would. We should continue on with our mission for now.
Okay, I guess. Our mission to get back on the ship. And then leave the ship.
How can I help? You have been patient with me, haven't you? I suppose you deserve an
I've
answer.
waited 10 seconds!
To understand how difficult this is for me to say.
This is funny, by the way. Yes, I do think that would work camera on me, definitely. It arguably has on some occasions.
With all my training, I should be able to control myself better than this. But you're not like anything I expected. You're not like any man I've ever met before. I find myself watching you when I don't mean to. I'm thinking about you when I don't want to. It isn't supposed to be like this.
Yes I did, Prog.
Every time I try to call on all my teachings to calm myself, they fail me. You have such power, such passion. I don't know if it's due to the bond between us, but I'm drawn to you.
Hang on, Django. Is it this conversation I need to wait until later? Or is it the conversation we're going to have on the Hawk that I have to wait until later, after? Because I know there's that bug, and I really don't want to interact with that bug, because the whole reason I'm freaking male is so we can have the awesome scene on the Starforge.
The Force is a part of you, as is your power. But that's not what attracted me to you. It's more than that. Maybe it's the bond we share. It gives us a certain intimacy. If I could, I would return to Tatooine. I need to be away from this bond of ours. I need to weaken it. I need to be anywhere but near you. But Malik must be stopped. My own feelings are nothing when compared to that. Yet I know this could affect the sake of our mission if it's not resolved. I can't let that happen.
We must not lose our mission. Mission. You're okay, right? You're okay. We're okay. We're still good. We're still good. Okay. Do not talk to her after this conversation. You got it, Django.
What I've been trying to tell you is that I've reached a decision, but this is not the proper place for this discussion. I think we should have some privacy for this. We can talk about this the next time we return to the Ebon Hawk.
Yes, Brennian. God, Jennifer Hale is a really good voice actress. It's no wonder she has so many roles across so much of everything. I don't like the Revan novel at all. There's literally nothing I like about the Revan novel. I know people keep asking me, what do you think about this, about the Revan novel, but I really hate to summarize. But they all suck. Okay, everything about the Revan novel sucks. The end. Okay. Okay, so now we have to not talk to her anymore. What did I decide? Oh yeah, we're doing Kashyyyk next. Yes. Oh, we can do the kiss first. I'm sorry, I thought it was before the kiss. Well, we're still going to be on the Hawk in a minute, so this will work out anyways. Lightspeed. Dream. Ah, okay, that is true, Kester. Credit where credit is due. That was an awesome scene. Wait a minute! Uh-oh. Could this be our very first crash? Nope, we're good. Yes, I did, Lurker. So here we have Kashyyyk, or Kashyyyk, or Kashyyyk. Or Kashyyyk. Or Kashyyyk. It depends on how you ask. Or this is Lorerun. And nobody's going to get that joke.
Another vision. The Force is guiding us, helping us retrace the steps of Malak and his old master, leading us ever closer to the Star Forge. Kashyyyk is a lush but simple and undeveloped world. I would not have expected to find the alien technology of a star map here. The Wookiees of Kashyyyk make their home high among the Rosha branches. Only the bravest warriors dare to descend into the forbidding depths of the forest. If the star map is located far beneath us on the planet's surface, as our vision seems to suggest, it's unlikely the Wookiees even know of its existence. No doubt things will become more clear once we discover the star map's location.
Dave. Hey, G-Man.
How can I help? Yes, I promised you an answer when we reached the Ebon Hawk, didn't I? But I'm afraid you won't like it. We should have some privacy for this.
Okay. I'm breaking up with you. We're not together!
You're stronger than I am, and there's no point in telling me otherwise. You will be a great Jedi, I think. I hope. In some ways you make me feel weak, like I'm caught up in the wake of our destiny. But at the same time, you make me feel stronger, more alive.
And I feel more alive when I'm with you, Morrigan. Liara. Bashla.
I realize now these feelings are part of the bond we share. The Jedi Council surely realized this.
Because they couldn't possibly have missed something.
Our order would be tested on this mission. By facing and overcoming my feelings for you, I've learned a valuable lesson about control and the dangers of emotion. This is an important step in understanding the Force. I'm sorry if this is not what you wanted to hear, but I felt that it was important you know our infatuation was nothing more than a result of our powerful bond.
I hate to point this out, because this is kind of a thing when it comes to real life as well, but it is worth noting that if this kind of thing happened in real life and you formed a bond as a result of it, that does not actually make that romantic bond invalid. The source doesn't matter. It is the reality of what it becomes, right? I mention this because this thing does happen in real life. Some people do become very close as a result of extreme circumstances or similarities in backstory or things that they've gone through or whatever. And as a result, they basically become artificially drawn together. And then when that external stimulus is removed, sometimes those people still remain together because the bond that was created, regardless of external stimuli, was real, right? Now, of course, that's not a binary thing because people are not that simple. But regardless, even if the bond was strengthening our connection to each other, there's no way in hell that actually would invalidate the reality of it. By the way, Morrigan is the answer. Dragon Cat.
You're the one who can't face the truth. Malak has to be stopped. How can I do that if I let myself be blinded by my feelings for you? You mean it, don't you? But how can I be sure you're not making a mistake? I have to resist. I have to be strong for both of us. But I can't. Malak will... Okay, you've made your point. Now shut up and kiss me, you fool.
I like this, by the way. Fade to black.
We shouldn't have done that. It was wrong. The Jedi are not allowed to fall in love.
Wait, what did we do? It just went to black. Nothing happened. I like the idea that they just sat there staring at each other for a few seconds, and then she's like, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have made eye contact. It was so uncouth of me.
It was a moment of weakness. When I kissed you, we shouldn't have. I'm sorry. No, I know we both wanted it, but we shouldn't have given in to our desire. We're Jedi. We can't act like this. Not now. Not when we still have to deal with Malak. I'm sorry. I don't blame you, but it was a mistake. I have to get out of here before somebody sees us together.
And yeah, by the way, Pandemonium, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was going to bring that up in KoTOR 2 as well. Okay, so we are now never going to talk to Bastila again. Oop, this way. I think. God, I hate this ship sometimes. So, welcome to Kashyyyk. Damn it, I still don't have Force Persuade. I need to do that soon. Very well. Here's the money. I speak Wookiee, so that's not an issue. Let's level Zalbar really quick. He'll be with us for a while. Okay. Zoop. Oh, you're right. Excuse me. I want to get Force Dominate Django. My apologies. Alright, Tankman McGee. Where is... We have him set up as a bowcaster right now, so actually... I want to get him toughness, don't I? Dragon Cat, that's a difficult question. I've talked about this many times before. More strength. No, I personally think that Revan is not raw powerful in the Force. He is very, 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 very skilled in the Force, which makes him overall stronger in the Force, if that makes any kind of sense at all. Between those, I'd probably go ahead and say Mace Windu could probably defeat Revan, but Revan is probably overall better. Okay. I would not recommend ESO, but that is just my opinion. There are plenty of people who like it, and that's awesome that they like it.
What?
Ah, Kashyyyk. Two interesting facts about Kashyyyk. Fact number one. This is actually our very first time for visually seeing Kashyyyk. We'd talked about it tons of times. It's been in the books. It's been in all over the place. But this is the first time we actually saw Kashyyyk ever, if I'm not mistaken. Second interesting factoid, and this is really worth noting here. Kashyyyk is new to the Star Wars universe as of this game. I wrote down the exact time. Where is it? Because I looked this up earlier. I want to give an exact date. Here it is. 64 years prior to this game is when Kashyyyk was first discovered. So Kashyyyk is literally brand new. Literally brand new to the Star Wars universe, to the galactic community, and all that fun stuff. Which I find really, 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 really helps explain a lot of the things about how things work here. I mean, the Zerka Corporation are the people who actually found this place, and are like, oh, hey, these guys would make great slaves. And the Wookiees at this point in time were certainly strong, but lacked any of the sophistication and the strength, and that doesn't count Dragon Cat, and then the technological prowess that they would have later on. Now, later on in their history, the Wookiees would be exceptionally technologically adept, and would have all sorts of things making them literally equals in the galactic community, except at certain points in time. But, and to give you an example of what I mean, sometime after this point in time, we don't know an exact time, but it's several years after KoTOR 2, probably, and definitely before Tor, the Wookiees found ships that had simply been landed here or crashed here, reverse engineered them, and figured out how to get their own lightspeed drives working, and figure out how to get their own technological boost up to, you know, galactic modern, pretty much all on their own. So it's not like the Wookiees don't exactly have a thing for technology. It's just they hadn't really done it on their own. Their own internal development had been basically, it would take approximately $1 billion, Darth Pandemonium. So make it happen. But yeah, so that's, it's also fascinating to think that the Wookiees, which are, again, brand new, for all intents and purposes, I mean, literally discovered right before the Exar Kun stuff really started to go to hell, that's when the Wookiees and Kashyyyk were first discovered, and the Zerka moved in and pretty much took over for all intents and purposes, until they are eventually forced off. Again, this happens after the events of these games. Yada, yada, yada. Yes, I know, Django, but it's okay, because Tor doesn't count. Yay! I suppose I'll mention it for the sake of completion, because I've been mentioning every other time Tor disagrees with the rest of the canon. The rest of the canon says that Zerka found this first, and it was something that was done on purpose to try and emphasize just how screwed up the Zerka Corporation is, and how misused the Wookiees are at this point in history. Because a lot of the Wookiees were basically collaborators working with the Zerka Corporation, and that's one of the biggest reasons why the Zerka Corporation was so capable of enslaving so many Wookiees on such a wide scale. Because there were people selling out fellow Wookiees, right? Not just what's-his-face, Chundar, or whatever his damn name is, but several Wookiees were like this. However, it is also worth noting that it really emphasizes just the mentality of Circus Corporation. Da-na-na-na-na. And okay, we found this new planet. Yes, look, it's an inhabited planet. Quick, enslave the people! You know, that just speaks to the Zerka mindset. However, Tor is like, no, Wookiees have been enslaved for years, and completely throws away all that establishment, all that story, and all that thing. So I think we're just going to fling that one out the window. Hang on, ready? There we go. Okay, we're good. Seriously, I guess it's true. If we're pulling it technically, I couldn't ruminate on the Star Wars Holiday Special because it's just too terrible to ruminate on. I might lament on it, but I couldn't ruminate on it. Right. I need to get 2 levels here. That's a good question, Golvig, and I honestly don't know. I'm sorry, I gotta point this out, but even if you were ignoring the obvious moral and ethical ramifications of enslavement, how is enslaving Wookiees better than droids, which are cheaper and easier and, you know, can be repaired and can be replaced? No, we gotta go ahead and do, you know, these massive, ridiculously strong arboreal creatures who have claws that come out about 3 inches. I mean, really? How does it... Why? Why would you enslave Wookiees of all creatures? Wookiees, for God's sakes. Wookiees aren't just strong, they're incredibly agile as well. For crying out loud. You're right. EMPs can fry droids, and Wookiees can rip your frickin' arms out! Oh yeah, and Wookiees eat a ton. Sorry, that is also worth noting. We talked about that earlier. Wookiees have a high metabolism, so Wookiees need constant feeding and care to be kept functional. Droids need like 1 power-up every day. Or 1 recharging every day. Now you say that, Kamek, but at the same time, keep in mind, in this era, people were actually more reliant on droids than they are at the modern Star Wars time. Seriously. There's actually way more usage of droids for combat, droids for mundane usage, droids for keeping ships functioning. Droids took up a huge chunk of ship's crew at this point in time. Droids were actually, like I said, were more used in terms of everyday use than they were in like the Galactic Empire thing, for example, where they started using, had the weird idea of actually using people to shoot other people. Well, last echo of hope, that is absolutely correct. The same argument can be used to explain why enslaving people is stupid, even ignoring the retardedness of obvious ethical and moral implications. From a basic mindset, it is still dumb when it comes down to it. What do you... Baroness, I don't know what you're linking me, but I don't want to know what you're linking me. That's terrifying. Whatever, Django. I'm going to leave it be. Star Wars needs to stop contradicting itself. It's hard to do anything rumination-wise about Star Wars because it keeps freaking contradicting itself. I have the same problem in Star Trek, too. I'll bring up a point in an episode or in a movie, and someone was like, well, that's contradicted over here, to which I can only say, yeah. That's literally all I can say about it. It's like, yep, that's contradicted over there. Any other questions? Anyways. Oh yeah, they keep calling this place Adian, or however they actually pronounce it. I'm not sure. Because, you know, when Zerka showed up, they named the planet. Because that's... No, I agree with you, Django, but my point still stands. Star Wars is rather inconsistent, especially with regards to Tor situations. But whatever. Hey, Comed. Oh, wait. I got my nerds ready. There's one!
Dolpa da bonqualeo gondona chuchut. Kachi chu ita dundonga. Runda di hotonga kun hankabi. Wana kun bez ching palamule. Ta kun justach miki grabulmogo. Kachi chu ita bodunga.
You made me cough there, Reach. Oh, there's another one. Join us, Bragwin. There's another one.
Runda di hotonga kun hankabi. Wana kun bez ching palamule tongking ba nunotek. Tukning chatukune. Kachi kun ita hodonga. Yiking kuno ba mulerachi kun. Spimo podona rundi hodunga ku hunkabe. Mucho shak pakat. Kiye no nama paule rachikun.
Okay, now that my throat is coated in sugar. Oh my god. That's just from one conversation. I hope at least someone out there is playing the Oreo or the drinking or whatever you want to call it game with me, because my tongue's probably colored. Yep, my tongue has some color on it. Most irritating Tor companion? Or a KoTOR companion? T3, definitely. Actually, no, Huttese has never been codified to my knowledge in official canon, unlike several other languages across fiction. Yes, fish and chip challenge. Oh, chips! That's a great idea. That might salvage my my blood sugar. Hang on, I'll be right back. You can't really see it. Sea salt and cracked pepper. Just got this bag. The game I would like most to see, other than KoTOR 3 in the Star Wars universe, is... I know this is going to sound weird, because I would love to see a continuation of the Republic Commando series, but I'd rather see a Rebellion 2 more. Or maybe just a proper remake of Rebellion. Because the one thing we've really been lacking for a long time is a really good 4X game, and arguably a really good RTS game for Star Wars. Which is stupid, because you'd think it's natural for both. And yet we have Rebellion, Empire at War, Force Commander, and that's it. That's it, I think. I could be missing one. But that's like it. And Rebellion's good, but has some real issues and hasn't aged that well. Empire at War is good if simple, and really kind of lacks on the ground thing. And Force Commander... Well, I don't like Force Commander. So, I would love to actually see a really good, awesome 4X or RTS or both. Galactic Battlegrounds, that was the other one. Star Wars game, you know? Marshmallow rum. Wow, guys. I know, Lurker, it's still crap. Galactic Battlegrounds is garbage, actually. Force Commander isn't that bad, really, but Galactic Battlegrounds makes me want to spit, because it's just terrible. Anyways, as an aside, I would also like to see a new TIE Fighter. That being said, TIE Fighter has actually aged really, really, really well. It's just, you know... Okay. Okay, let's do it. Add exp. I don't know. How much do I need to level? So I need, looks like about... Okay. That should do it. Ding, as they say. Kashyyyk. Welcome back, Fearsome. Remember, you got to do the drinking. We just had like 4 Kashyyyks in a row. It was horrible. My throat actually kind of hurts here. Yeah, I can't really lore run Republic Commando. There's nothing I can really do with that. That would be cool, Reach. Not exactly what I'm going for, but that would definitely be cool. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a really good Sins of the Solar Empire Star Wars mod, which is the closest we've gotten anytime soon to that kind of a gameplay. A mod for a completely different game, so it works. So I suppose there's that, but whatever. Age of Mythology style would be really good. I've always felt the Age of Mythology game is the best of the Age of series, personally. Just my take on it. Where... Okay, who is this? Oh, right. Straight. Okay. We need another level, don't we? Ah! Suddenly, music. Yeah, we need one more level. So... Okay.
Oh my god.
Persuade. Always crank persuade. Actually, I guess we can start working. Nope. Okay, fine. Treat injury. I was just talking about Rebellion, Alsabi. I've actually played Rebellion on the stream, too. Many, many times. In the long, long ago. Heal. Okay. You see, the thing is, Star Wars is unique because you name a genre and a game will fit to it. It's not like some things where you have to adapt, like making a first-person Metroid or an RPG Mario. Some games you have to adapt to make the genre work. Star Wars automatically fits like everything. if you think about it. Star Wars can automatically fit like every genre because that genre is, at least to some extent or another, already represented in the game. You know, first-person shooter, duh. RPG, duh. MMO, duh. Flight sim, you know, flying around, shooting things, that kind of thing, duh, again. 4X, duh. RTS, duh. Now, I guess I am being exaggerative, because there are certain genres that don't work, like, for example, the Dance Simulator! Yeah, that was retarded. And I don't think you could actually do a roguelike in this either, so there's that. But racing's a good one. Horror would work very well in Star Wars. There are some quietly terrifying things. And imagine a game where you actually have like Silent Hill 2 level creepy psychological horror because someone nearby is just so immersed in, you know, the Force that they are affecting everything around them on a literal level. Wouldn't that be cool? Puzzle game? Puzzle game... You know, I think a puzzle game could actually work if you did it right, if you focused it correctly. But I do think you could make a puzzle game work in Star Wars. Make it about slicing, basically. Have you play this really awesome slicer who works for whomever or can sell his services to whomever, and as he's doing so, you know, the slicing itself is actually the puzzle, right? So, yeah. MOBA. I don't want another freaking MOBA. It could work. A Star Wars MOBA could work. In fact, I have joked more than once that EA is going to announce a Star Wars MOBA because that's the latest thing that's popular, and that's what EA does. They jump on bandwagons. So we'll see. But anyways. Oh, there you go, Ajango. There's another example of that. Homeworld mechanic for Star Battles. Oh, that would be so awesome. Full 3D RTS. I would love to have that. There are Star Wars mods for games like that. Side-scroller platformer? Well, we do have the SNES and NES games that did that, Berenian, and some of them were good, so I'd have to say, yeah. Oh, and speaking of which, you could use the Spectacle Fighter. We saw Force Unleashed could do Spectacle Fighter. You could also do the Assassin's Creed style thing. I think Assassin's Creed style would fit so smoothly you wouldn't even have to do anything with it. It'd probably be more like Dishonored, actually, because, you know, Force. Of course, it doesn't have to be like that, because you could be playing, oh, I don't know, someone like a non-Force user as a bounty hunter in a game called 1313, which everyone was really looking forward to. I mean, they were so close. They were so close. Yeah. No, I love them. It's just they're yours.
You can have them.
Okay. Anyways, that's true, Schmadolf. But I was making a direct reference to 1313 and the tragic loss of it. The more time has passed, the more I'm sad we lost 1313. Wood crayons. What the hell, man? No, Foo. They already tried that, Berenian. Ugh. Okay, I'm just going to summarize everything that Zalbar's talking about, okay? Like I said, you can't bypass his quest. It's actually required for this. Basically, this is actually really cool. Remember, again, this is pretty new to the Wookiees really interacting with the external community. Granted, when I say new, again, I'm talking like 60 years ago, but if you think about it, in real-life terms, imagine if in 1950-ish, suddenly Vulcans or you know, aliens or whatever showed up and are like, hey guys, there's a whole galactic community out here, and we're going to start enslaving you. And that's basically what the Wookiees are going through here. So you can understand why there would still be a lot of cultural changes that are still in progress, so to speak, as a result of that. Because again, the 50s, I mean, that's not actually that long ago. So the reason I bring this up is the Wookiees have this big thing, and I don't remember how often elsewise this is pointed out, but they have this big cultural bias of not being animals, that the big point of a Wookiee is that they are above the animals. They are not mere beasts. They are not mere monsters. They are, cultured, sentient, sapient. They have respect, blah, 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 blah. So one of the things that they do for that is they don't brandish their claws in battle. Under certain circumstances, unless under very specific circumstances. So, and in case you don't know, they have really big retractable claws. They use it to climb around and get around in the foliage and whatnot. And so what happened was Chundar, or whatever his damn name is, Zalbar's brother was one of those. Zalbar's brother was one of those. You see, by the way, how I talk about the light side being Zalbar. You see how that kind of ties in there. Anyways, Zalbar's brother was one of the people who worked with the slavers, who willingly was like, I will accept the money and power you give me, the weapons you give me, the arms you give me to lift up my position amongst my people in exchange for selling out my own people to you. Again, corollaries to real-life situations. Let's leave the politics outside. Point is, here that's what happened in Star Wars. And Zalbar was really, really pissed about this. And I mean, when I say he was pissed, I mean he went into basically the equivalent of hyper rage, if you've watched Farscape, and actually brandished his claws on his brother. The problem is that destroyed his argument. Nobody believed anything Zalbar said from that point on because he was a madman. He was a beast, a monster. They keep calling him Mad Claw. And that sounds like a stupid nickname or a stupid insult, but when you really think about it, it is literally telling him that he is not a person anymore. That he does not belong in Wookiee society because he's nothing but a Mad Claw. He was exiled for this exact type of reason. His own father exiled him. Yes, someone got it. Kaudargo, excuse me. So anyways, that's the backstory of what happened with Zalbar and how this situation came to be. And one of the reasons why Zalbar tries so hard, not only to keep himself under control now, but has basically been, well, the way Zalbar's been up to this point in time. Now, I don't remember the specifics. I'm going to do a save state whenever I talk to these guys, because I distinctly remember there's something about these two guys that is really, really funny to do dark side. And I'm only going to do it for a save state thing, because we're super light side right now, thanks to Torin. But I just want to show it off because it's funny. I don't even remember what it is, but I'm going to try and figure it out.
Greetings to you. Something I can get for you?
Kindly direct your inquiries to me. Martin is merely an indebted employee. His opinions don't amount to much. So, new spaces have come to Wild Kashyyyk. Please, look well upon the wares of Eli Gand. I live to serve your needs.
Just be sure to pay cash. The interest on his loans will drain you like a diluvian fatworm on a hut's backside.
First off, hearts are all backside. Secondly, I don't much like the comparison. No need to get personal. It's just business. Poor fellow. He's been waiting for his friends to return with my money for a standard month now. But you don't need to hear this. What can I get you? Enslave? I resent that. Simply fair business. This man's fellows left without settling their debts, so he must make up the difference.
I know, it's standard trading rules. I just want to know where my crew went. I was only gone for 2 days. This isn't like them.
Yes, very sad that they would abandon you, especially while you were doing me a favor and helping repair one of my freighters.
Something about this whole situation stinks worse than an overcrowded Ronto stable. What kind of friends would just abandon a crewmate?
You think you know someone and they turn out to be a cheat. Oh, not like you, Martin. You honor your deals. A word is a bond in trade.
First off, I have to point out that this guy pulled a frickin' technically early on. Huts backside. Second of all, can I just, like, force push him over the edge? Is everyone going to be okay with that? Is that cool? No? Okay. We'll do something funnier later.
Oh, it isn't about the amount. After all, As a skilled mechanic, Matten is worth much more than what is owed, especially on this remote planet.
Oh, you flatter me, Eli. I guess we're best buddies now.
As I was saying, it's a matter of principle. I'm nothing if not honest in my dealings, and I demand the same. He'll be free to go when his friends turn up and the debt is paid. I honor my deals. Let no one say otherwise.
By the way, in case you're missing that, what he just said was, well, I'm not going to accept you paying money to pay off my debt. I want his people to show up to pay off his debt. In other words, this is probably the first circumstance that we've encountered thus far that I can't just say, here, have money, and the problem goes away. We'll be dealing with that later. Oh, right, I need to do something really quick. This is actually really important. And by really important, I mean completely unimportant. But we're doing it, damn it! We're doing it because it's the kind of thing we need. Even if it's not the thing we deserve. The Dark Knight. Oh, where is it? Am I just completely missing it? Oh, here we go. There we go. Force powers. Okay, yeah. Let's add... Is this it? Affect Mind? I think that's it. Because then we have... control. What's... Because I need, like... Is there a way to just give myself force points? That'd be much more useful. Whatever. Okay. I need Affect Mind... Add new power. And Dominate Mind. There it is. And Dominate Mind. Add new power. Okay. Commit changes. Save. Zzz. Load the game I just saved. Just make sure that worked. Yep. We're good. As an aside, I like the music in Kashyyyk. I actually like the aesthetic of how they make this Kashyyyk look in general, personally. It's really nice. There's something specific I want to show off, Django, and I'm pretty sure it requires that. And we're even going to reload after we're done.
Corporation doesn't recommend traveling in Wild Adean. KoTOR attacks are especially bad.
So, yeah.
Wookiee hunters usually keep numbers down, but I think they leave certain areas infested, just hoping the Zerka guard will get killed. I won't stop you, but you leave this area at your own risk. We're here to protect the company, not you.
I love Zerka. They're just so Walmart. Shots fired. Oh no, that's not it, Django. Is there anything I like this option, by the way. This is just very Revan, at least my Revan. Is there anything I can help you with? I don't actually agree with that personally, Pandemonium, but that's only because there's certain things we see that show that a lot of the ecology changed because of deliberate interaction as a result of the Rakata. So of course he's like, oh my god, I don't want to deal with all this. Optimize, 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 go! Go kill stuff for me. I'm not playing dark side. We've got a counter up there, thanks to Tauren, that we are currently super light side. Oh, hang on, we gotta go.
This isn't good. I can't afford this. You think I can? Do you know what they get for a healthy one of those things?
We'll work it out later. We've got company. What do you want, Spacer? I'm Patrol Captain Deno, and you're interrupting Zerka Corporation business.
So, I really hate to drive this point in here. Really. But, they're treating that dead Wookiee like they just lost a shipment. Which is funny, because if you think about it, that is exactly what just happened. And by funny, I mean, I'm gonna kill the crap out of you guys.
This Wookiee slave got a little rebellious. We had to put it down.
Careful now. That growl sounded pretty threatening. Keep your slave on its leash or we'll have another accident.
Just shut up, you trigger-happy idiot.
Tauren, are you there right now? Because I'd like to ask your permission to kill the crap out of these guys for being slaver scum. Because I would argue that is still light side. I would, genuinely. These are slaver scum who killed a Wookiee in cold blood because that Wookiee was property to them, and they were upset that their property did not like the idea of being property. But I'm going to ask you specifically, Tauren, if you're there. Here, let me check my chat. Is Tauren in chat right now? It's not letting me check anymore. Wait, I can goad them into attacking me? Excellent.
Of course they don't. Why would you ask me that? You're doing some sort of snap inspection? You're trying to get me to admit to incompetence, aren't you? Not going to happen. I stand by my patrol. This Wookiee got out of hand and had to be put down. We'll find another easy enough.
Okay, I know slavery is a hot button topic for me, and always has been, but what the crap? What the crap? This Wookiee got out of hand and had to be put down. It's okay, we'll find another easy enough. There's actually a term for that, it's called, we have reserves. Ah! Ah! Wait, I can answer too? Oh.
Is that a joke? Who do you think you are? What? Blasters ready, men. This fool wants to die.
Excellent. No dark side points. Yay! You are so dead! I actually got light side points for that. Oh my god. See, that's yes, I was gonna say, that is definitely a light side action. These are frickin' slavers. You bastards. You disgusting bastards. You know what's funny is in Tor, the Zerka are not only evil, they're stupid too. Hey, we found a zombie apocalypse plague. Let's do everything we can to unleash it. I'm not even talking about the rock ghouls, by the way. It's another thing. Tevinter, Pandemonium. The Tevinter are everything the Zerka are, and then there are also some other things that are worse. I'll actually agree with that, Kay. But screw him. After all, I have no way to justify it, so whatever. Screw him. That's my justification. Screw him. Can someone, by the way, check to see if Tauren's in chat? Because my thing isn't working to let me check that. So, yes, there's another zombie plague in Star Wars. That's not a joke, by the way. There really is another one. Alright. My first order, if I was taken, if I took over Zerka Corporation, my very first order would be for every Zerka employee to immediately shoot themselves in the face. And those of them who actually decided to undertake that order probably should go ahead and be removed from the equation anyways. It's more of a Darwinist kind of a culling than anything else. Damn it, I know there's a cheat that just gives me med packs. I'm gonna need that soon. Yes, I'm talking about the cyber zombies that Zerka decides to unleash, because they're stupid. Did they, Starlings? Excellent! Let's go kill them too. Oh, right, I need to go. No, there's like a specific... Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Thank you, Django. Med-ic... 0350. And yet, that doesn't frickin' do anything! What the hell? That does sound pretty evil, okay. But no, we're gonna be merciful and just slice them in half. No, Deutsch. I don't want to cheat. You know, it's okay. I don't want to cheat. Hey, look.
Lord Malak was most displeased when he learned you had escaped Terrace alive. He has promised a great reward to whoever destroys you.
So, yes, I am Deutsch. So, I don't even have anything to say about how stupid these people are, so whatever. How did I not resist that? Hey, Raskar. Why am I looting? Oh, she had a dot. Hang on. And she's back. Welcome back, mission. Okay, fine. Just for you, Deutsch. And I mean literally just for you. This is for you, man. I'm going to do this instead of looting. Actually, let's reload this really quick. Attributes, there we go. Wisdom. And 30. Hey, Sean. Yeah, hang on. Apply. There we go. Let's try this again. Commit changes. Load. Quick save. Hey, Boletaria. There we go. We are now wise. Very wise. Which means we can heal. At least a little bit. Yeah, Growl, stop where you are. I have no idea, Reach. Hey, Destroyer. What's up? Damn it, Rascal, stop breaking my heart and dreams. Oh. I did it for Deutsch, Django. I wasn't going to do it, but Deutsch wanted me to. The mighty and wise Chundar. I was right with the name. So this guy's scum. Also, Zerka guard's right there. Question. Who is worse? Slavers or collaborators with slavers? This is an opinion question. There's no right or wrong answer here. I'm just curious of your guys' opinion. And to use a literal example, these Zerka guys who are enslaving Wookiees, or Chundar, who is selling out Wookiees to be enslaved. Even with my brother insane and my father enslaved, I rose to protect my people despite us all. They trust me. Hey, Lava. Whatever you're into, as long as it's behind closed doors, it's all good. I love option 2 there, by the way. Is there a point to this? If this is just going to lead to a fight, I'd like to just get on with it. If you're not paying attention, Chundar is acting like he's king of the hill. Because he's petty. I keep bringing this up because this is another of the themes of KoTOR 1. Pettiness. Small-mindedness. The idea of looking down here and saying, you know, that this may be a little anthole or a trash heap or a village or whatever, but it's mine. It's mine. And I am amazing because it is mine. One of the interesting things about Bastila is that she is also a reflection of this petty mindset. It's just, depending on how you move her character arc, she can overcome that. She can realize how small and how pathetic she really is, and use that and grow from it to become someone who is actually of significance, as opposed to several of the other NPCs in the game who don't. By the way, personally, I think Chundar is the worst here. I mean, collaboration is actually a murky topic, because there's plenty of different reasons to collaborate, and there's a lot of gray area in that, but Chundar specifically is doing it for the worst possible reasons. He's literally just trying to become king of his little anthill and nothing more, and to lord it over everyone else. It doesn't help he has a bit of a Napoleon complex as well, with low self-esteem and all that fun kind of thing. So there's some random Wookiee that he wants me to kill in the Shadowlands.
Don't worry, buddy. We'll get you out of here. You can count on us.
Oh, I remember that Pandemonium. I'd actually forgotten about that. Why'd you remind me of that Pandemonium? I'd actually forgotten about that. So, to fast forward a little bit, we have been tasked with going down to the Shadowlands to kill some completely random Wookiee who has dared to oppose Chundar. Excuse me, I had some evil BS in my eye there. Why does she not have more wisdom? Oh well. Where's the feat I'm looking for? Dog Andes, that has nothing to do with pettiness. That has everything to do with the massively gray morass that is collaboration. Chundar's petty. That's easy. I'm sorry, Brekor. Right, so yeah, we're the other thing that's going on here is that we had an option to basically help break Zalbar's spirit, or induce him to being rebellious against Chundar, and try to see that people would still follow Zalbar if things came down to it. Chundar insists that he is the one who will bring the Wookiees into the way of the future, and he will do so at a cost. Now that's really important because... Oh wow, Sean, you're hilarious. Remember, and I know I mentioned this earlier, but 64 years ago, that's when Wookiees had first contact with the outside world. So it's still pretty new, right? Still pretty new idea. Chundar isn't just trying to be his own little guy. He is trying to find a way to profit off of mass suffering of others, which, by the way, is another example of what that bastard Aegir did all the way back in Taurus. I'm going to make everyone around me's life worse, so my life is a little bit better. It's just another example of that exact same thing being demonstrated yet again. But again, I want to make this clear. I have that no politics rule for a reason.
Sure.
There's a fairly large amount of discussion that can be had with regards to collaboration, and I don't really want to touch that, especially since World War II's collaborates are yeah. Now, I will say this with regards to Dog Andes' question. A lot of collaborators, from what we understand, and I have to put it that way because we're not 100% sure, in the World War II scenario, were people who let's use a fictional way to talk about this. We're in the Bajoran perspective. Kira makes it very clear several times that there's nothing worse than a collaborator. And yet, spoiler alert, well, I'm not going to actually say it, but someone she knew from the day was actually a collaborator. And the person she knew who was collaborating did it specifically so that they could take care of her husband and her child better. Right? In other words, you could say, well, collaboration is horrible because it empowers the system. But at the same reason, she didn't do it for evil reasons. She didn't do it for selfish reasons. She did it because it was basically forced upon her, and at least some good can come out of a terrible situation. It was literally a bad out of a series of really horrible options. And absolutely no, G-Man. No. So, what would I do a blind run of? Here's some more multiplayer with no single player and no campaign mode and no spaceballs, no anything. Moving on. So yeah, Kira got really pissed off about that. Because Kira's mindset was, screw them, kill them no matter what. Like you were saying, Dog Andes, they did some horrible things to collaborators as a result of World War II. But my problem with that was they did it universally. They did it almost universally to collaborators of the World War II situation, which I don't think applies. There are collaborators who are scum. Chundar is an example of one of those. But then there's collaborators like person I have not named in Deep Space Nine, who did it, again, because they had no choice, or because they were forced into it, or whatever. As always, I just think it depends on the individual circumstances. I don't think there's such a thing as a hard and set rule that applies across the board. Breen is a very interesting example of a collaborator. Go ahead, Golvag. Also, yo, what's up? I like how we tell him we're not a slaver, and his response is, I don't believe you. So, long story short, this gentleman is worried about a young Wookiee who has gone missing lately, and by the evidence does not appear to have been enslaved, and so he's very worried about him because he might have gone down to the Shadowlands. We'll talk about the Shadowlands in a minute. Well, I'm keeping Mission for now because she's about to be replaced anyways, Django, so it's miscellaneous in the third slot right now. That's a good question, Golvag, and it depends. Remember, there are plenty of good people in the Galactic Empire, and there are plenty of bad people, so I think whether or not Han would have eventually turned away from the Empire depends solely on the pure random chance of whom he was associated under. Imagine a Han Solo who was under Tarkin, for example. He would have turn-coded in 3 seconds. And yet imagine him under a Palaeon. A lot more of a different circumstance, hasn't it? So, the overall point here is I think it depends on whom exactly Han was tasked with. Finish up the map! There we go. No, I can't. Here, watch. I'll show you. See? Oh, I can't. I can't swap that. Oh. Well, whatever. Oops, wrong button.
You cannot win.
Or a Thrawn, another good example. Man, Rory, you're really violent tonight. You doing okay, dude? Worrying me, man. Kind of, Hunter. I was brought a hamburger, well, half of a hamburger, which I consumed. If Tarkin never existed, Pandemonium, I think the rebellion would have definitely happened, but it would have been pathetic and nowhere near as motivated or as driven or supported or anything like that. That's just my perspective on it. Tarkin is pretty much half the reason why the rebellion got big. There was always going to be some rebellion. Duh, right? But, yeah. Uh-oh. We must save them! I'd just like to say that the Star Wars special doesn't count, and leave it at that. No, I have not, Dog Andes. Force persuade. You should answer my questions. So there's apparently a crazed human in the Shadowlands. I gotta be honest, any human living in the Shadowlands are insane. Just seriously. Damn it, Django, stop taking away my one defense. The frickin' holiday special doesn't exist! Doesn't exist! Shady Moafi, no, I do not. I get asked that all the time. Actually, Holiday Special isn't officially canon. But that doesn't matter, because the only thing that determines canon in Star Wars, and I think at least Kay will agree with me this, is us. We're the only ones who can actually determine whether or not something is canon. So, let me check my brain. Let's see, Star Wars Holiday Special. Ding! Nope, not canon. Sorry, guys. God, Holiday Special Disney Universe, that'd be terrible. Well, I still stand by my statement. We decide what's canon. So I don't think the Holiday Special is canon. It's worth noting that's not the only thing. There are actually several aspects of the EU that I don't personally think really fit in canon, therefore just kind of mentally lift out of it. And that is the truth, and I admit that freely. So, you know. Kachi, Javin. No, pandemonium. I want to save everyone's brain cells. Like the Revan novel. Excellent example. And what is the difference, Lilo? Okay, we're gonna skip through this. This is just stuff we already know. Blah, blah, blah. Much as I love hearing dude for a few years. We know what he's saying. That was awesome, Hunter Black. That was one of my favorite sections of the X-Wing books, personally. Cashel, there's basically one thing I like about the Revan book, and it's when Revan himself kicks ass for like a page and a half. The Zune what? I've never even heard of that, Sean. Let's talk about something really quick here. For those of you who don't know, Kashyyyk, as it's always been described, even though arguably Episode 3 discouraged this, but there was some hand-waving about that, whatever. Kashyyyk is layers, okay? Like, the upper layer is the one close to the atmosphere, and it has its own ecosystem all along this layer, all the way around the planet. Then the layer below that, same thing. And below that, and below that. I forget how many layers there are, but there's lots of them. And the further down you get, the more horrible and more deadly they get. Now, we don't actually know if that's true at this point in time. And I know that sounds weird, but again, this is before a lot of things really happen in the galaxy, with regards to their... With regards to them being exposed to other creatures and things coming from other planets and blah, blah, blah. So it's possible it wasn't like this here. But when I first heard we were going to the Shadowlands, a.k.a. the surface, my first reaction was, oh God, why? And I was actually terrified about going down this far. I was admittedly a little disappointed when I first played this game, and the Shadowlands wasn't this nightmarish place of unholy doom like I'd always pictured it to be. But like I said, it's possible it wasn't that yet. We don't know how old Kashyyyk is exactly. We do know that the builders made it this way. I could talk about that now. What do you think? Should I talk about that now or later? I guess I have nothing to talk about while I'm going after this Toch here. Die. I'll agree with that, Lulu. Although that's why I've taken to started referring it to as the EU and the AU. So yeah, for those of you who are not aware of this, which is probably none of you, the builders had a device going here. I wouldn't even necessarily call it a terraforming device. It was just a device designed to keep track of things and encourage local wildlife. And this is hilarious. It was basically left on for millennia. So the reason Kashyyyk is this massive, monstrous, layers upon layers ecosystem planet is because a Rakata device was left on by accident for years.
Watch yourself. Even more of these crawling beasts are
Alternate.
hiding in the
Okay.
underbrush.
Hey, it's Jolie, voiced by the awesome guy whose name I don't know, but seriously, he's an awesome, awesome voice actor.
I'm Jolie. Jolie Bindo. Follow me to my camp and we'll talk a bit. Why am I here? Well, it isn't because I like the stink of dead Kinrath. Let's move this talk to my camp where the air is better. Keep close. It's nearby under a log. Yeah, I live like some burrowing rodent. I fought the Sith. Now look at me.
Hunter Black Luna, that is actually pretty much exactly correct. They left the terraforming whatever device on for, again, a ridiculous period of time, and now we have Kashyyyk. Yay. So, this question came up the other day. How does Jolie know Revan? I made it a point to go look into that and try to determine it myself, and it turns out there's actually no official explanation for it. How do I get the talk? Anyways, also, Jolie is awesome. Tad's Playa? I've never even heard of that, Javin, but okay, cool. The thought process just went away. Shoot, I was in the middle of talking about something and it's just gone. God, I'm stupid, apparently. Why am I looting? Fine, I'll level. God. Level. Don't care. Heal. Auto level.
What?
Oh, right. The Jolie knowing Revan thing. Okay. God, I knew I was talking about something. Actually, I'm going to pause because I hate that noise while I'm down here. It's the only thing I don't like about the Shadowlands, other than what I already talked about. There is no official explanation for how Jolie recognized Revan. And it's a very interesting question that can be boiled down to simply, they never explain it. But I do actually have a theory, and here's my theory. Jolie was down here the last time Revan was down here. So there's two possibilities. One, he felt the presence of two Jedi of significant enough power to be noticeable, followed them towards the star map, which, remember, Jolie lives nearby, so, you know, and therefore either sensed them and who they were, or actually interacted with them and therefore knew who they were. Then, when I come back later on acting kind of weird, that's how he has enough of a mind to not immediately call us out on it. In fact, if you'll notice, his dialogue's a little weird the first time he's talking about it. So he either sensed that we were the same Jedi that we were before, or actually interacted with us the last time we were here. We don't actually know which it is, but those are my two theories for how Jolee actually recognizes us. I like both of these because it really would be very much in Jolie's mindset to pay attention. At least at this point era, Jolee has very good awareness and the ability to pay attention to his surroundings and to put pieces of things together. So, you know. So I like that for that reason. And that's my theory at the end. Moving on. Welcome back, Tarn. The time has come to be dark side. I'm kidding, but I think we have to be dark side, from what someone in his chat was saying. I don't remember exactly. But we do want to complete missions quest, so if we have to be dark side, then that sucks. Jolee was alive during the Exar Kun incident. I don't know if we have any other indicators of his health, or excuse me, his age, but he was around during the Exar Kun incident, so he's at least in his 60s. Alright.
Who are you, another civil merchant like that Koro slime up on the docking ring? This is my territory. I don't make deals, and I don't persuade easily, so go back topside. Mess with my profits, and I'll see you dead. Look, I don't care if you want to play tourist down here, but you behave yourself or we'll have a problem. I've got a job to do, and I won't be gentle if you get in my way, understand?
Okay. Good. Let's loot some containers. I have to actually loot? God. So, Reach Network, it's funny you point that out, because I was going to point this out too. What do you think is more evil? Killing people, or forcing them to be slowly ripped apart and eaten by animals? Which of these is less evil? Because it's always bothered me that the light side option is these guys getting driven off by the monsters, and, well, suffice it to say, I would be amazed if they survived that encounter. Attack land. Oh, they didn't even go hostile with that. But whatever. We're going to go ahead and assume that they might actually survive. And turn off the sonic devices as soon as I remember how to do that. Okay, I apparently don't remember how to do this. See, I've never believed that Nero says. I mean, this is the freaking Shadowlands, and these guys are down here and already terrified of these animals, and they run like crazy when the animals show up, so it's like... I don't know. But whatever, that's just my opinion on it, and I am known to be very, very wrong. I just think it would be better to kill them mercifully than to kill them horribly.
You want anything, you'll have to talk to... Why am I here? I'm just a guard.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm not here because I know stuff. They generate a sound. I don't know how it works. What up? I don't like being here, that's for sure. I suppose you could take this code and shut down the emitter I'm guarding. Enough of those emitters go down, and the camp will have to move out. But I never said anything.
Nope, you didn't. Okay, well, apparently they do survive the encounter. It's just weird. I would rather they survived, because these are just hunters, not slavers. Unless these are slavers, in which case I'd rather they die. And I'm going to be honest about that. I do not care. They're slavers. They deserve to die at the end, period. There's this thing called no tolerance, and it exists for a reason. Isn't that all of them? Sorry, Golvag. I don't find that funny. Oh, god damn it. Really? Okay, fine. Hey.
You want anything you'll...
Give me the code. Give me the code. Give me the code.
Enough.
Thank you. can tell I wasn't reading that at all.
What?
So, this is our first time seeing a Tyrantadic, or Tyrantatak, or I have no idea how they're supposed to be pronounced. Which, by the way, yes, they're down here too. So, what, you mean like Chundar Legal Dino? Because I'm gonna kill the crap out of him. Anyways, point being that, I don't know what to talk about with those things. I mean, they were created with Sith alchemy. I've already mentioned that. They were designed specifically to be good at attacking, you know, Force users in particular. And they're very heavily implied to / confirmed to, I don't remember if they ever actually confirmed this firmly, to be not only Force sensitive, but partially sapient as a result of their influence and connection to the Force. Well, Takoida, first he infiltrates a particular Zerka, you know, area, like in Kashyyyk here. And he's like, I am here to do this. And he gets assigned to, you know, the commander, and then he kills the commander in his sleep. And then the people come to investigate, and he kills them, and some people come to investigate that, and he kills them. And it just kind of evolves from there until everyone on this planet's dead. Then he says, all right, this planet's dead. Yes, I know, there we go. Okay, now to go find Jolie. I thought they were resistant to the Force, not immune to the Force. But I could be wrong. Oh yeah, because we're going to kick Zerka off the planet, so that's why I have to go turn in that quest. I remember doing that and losing that. Man, it sucked. Oh, Chundar's pathetic. He is a runt, quite literally. And, again, petty. But, I would say that rather than banishing Chundar here, I'd rather just chop his head off and be done with it. I mean, I know that sounds horrible, but it's more a matter of pragmatism. You never leave an enemy at your back with the possibility of their survival. Not if you want to risk being hit again in the future. That's tactics. That's calculus. All the way back to Jolie's thing. I told you, Nero's ass. There's a lot of pettiness in this game. It's funny because the main villain is, in fact, very petty when you get down to it. The pettiness itself is a sub-theme of the main theme of this game, though, which I'll go ahead and talk about right now. And that is seeing beyond yourself. Not necessarily in a good way or in a bad way, but the idea that the great things that happen for good and for evil happen when someone looks and says, well, I could do this and I could be okay, or I could do this and we could move forward. We could accomplish great things. We could manage this great task. We could conquer these worlds. We could wage this war. We could save these people. Good, bad. It all boils down to the same idea. It is literally the opposite of pettiness. The idea of looking at the long view and trying to accomplish things rather than being drowned in the enormity of what you're trying to do. That kind of a thing. So, that's all I have to say about that. It's kind of simple to talk about. But, yeah, the pettiness versus beyond me thing is, in my opinion, the primary theme of KoTOR 1. Just my opinion.
Well, welcome to my home, such as it is. Pull up a stump and be comfortable. We should discuss a few things.
He's actually got a nice house, all things considered. Yes, I did, G-Man.
Don't coddle me, child. I'm neither a Jedi nor your master. I'm just an old man that's been lost in the woods for far too long. My days of glory are behind me, but perhaps there is something I can do for you. You must have questions. What is there to tell? Jolie Bindo is the crazy old man in the dangerous woods. I'm content with the impression I give. I follow the Jedi way and I command the Force, yes.
And I suppose that makes me as much a Jedi as anyone, but what of it? Why should being what I am compel me to entertain others with tales of the good old days, huh? I've seen my share of the dark and the light, and frankly, both extremes annoy me. Of course, I have felt rumblings of change.
It's kind of nice to meet a Jedi who isn't all hung up on this light side, dark side stuff. Gets pretty tiring, you know?
Perhaps you will be of some assistance to me after all. Let us discuss what you came here for.
Jolie did leave the Order as a knight. He was promoted for killing the woman he loved. No, he didn't actually kill her. But the point is, he was promoted as a result of the incident of his wife. And he was actually disgusted by the fact that he got a promotion for that whole situation. So he bailed as soon as they promoted him to knight. I will be doing the Jedi Journals quest. As soon as I remember where they are. I will be doing that with Force Speed on all the time because I hate running around this place. One thing about the similarities between KoTOR and Dragon Age Origins, there are absolutely definite similarities with regards to the construction of both games. I swear they promote... In fact, I'm going to look that up right now, John, because I was just looking that up earlier. Far for me to completely disagree with you. But I completely disagree with you. Oh, okay. They wanted to promote him. There it is, yeah. The council did not punish Bindo for his actions, stating he had learned his lesson the hard way. When they instead wanted to promote him to the status of Jedi Knight, he lost his faith in the wisdom of the council and went into self-exile. So, anyways, I will not be doing the assassination quest. No, we're light side. So, I was going to talk about something. Oh, right, the similarities. A lot of the companions are very similar allegories, one to the other. A lot of the zones are very similar. A lot of the structure of the story is. But I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, because Dragon Age Origins, the reason I call it the best BioWare game of all time is because it feels like a culmination of everything BioWare had been trying to do up until that point in time. Everything they did in Neverwinter Nights and the 2 expansions, everything they did in KoTOR, everything they had worked with Mass Effect, it felt like BioWare had been working their way up to the point where they could actually where they'd actually bake the game, and then we have Dragon Age Origins, which is the game. And it also kind of explains a few things, as I've mentioned before, Siran Golvag. As I mentioned before, they never intended there to be a sequel to Dragon Age Origins, not when they first making it. So it makes sense that they would making that with the mentality of this is the game. So, and then they made sequels, and we've talked about that.
Fine, just be brief.
So, another thing Jolie does, one of the other themes of this game is masks. It's a lesser theme, but it's there. The most obvious place this is represented is basically all the Light Jedi, most strongly in Bastila, who hides behind the mask of, I am a Jedi, but in reality she's not at all. Mission hides behind the, I am tough and strong. And well, no, actually, that's not true. I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. Mission is tough and strong, but hides behind the mask of, I'm just a brat. Griff hid behind the mask of, I care about my sister. Zalbar hid behind the mask of, I accept that I am worthless and can't accomplish anything. There's a lot of, it's all over the place, basically. This is a very, very common theme of BioWare games in general. And yes, the Revan mask is quite literal. In more ways than one, I might add. But the point is, Jolie Bindo's mask here amuses the hell out of me, because his mask is, I'm a cantankerous old man. And it's the best kind of mask because it has a great deal of truth to it. He is, in many ways, bitter and resentful and cantankerous and all that fun stuff. And yet, whenever he drops that mask completely, we see that there is still a man who hasn't given up, who has not decided to turn his back on everything and is just, and still cares, basically. There's a reason why most people consider him to be the first Grey Jedi ever. So, yeah.
Now, why would you be asking about that, Don't answer. I knew that had to be why you were here. The problems of a few Wookiees don't amount to anything before the concerns of the Jedi. No, you are here for the map. Kashyyyk is an interesting place.
Kashyyyk,
More so
yeah.
than anyone suspects. If Zerka Corporation knew, the planet would be a strip mine. The Wookiees have their legends that they were not always here. But it is more than that. The trees themselves are strangers.
I already talked about this.
What I'm saying is that there are literally walls in your way. And you won't find what you need without my help. And my help has a
Hey, Dios.
price. Of course, this won't be a problem for you since you have already completed my task. Removal of the Zerka poachers. Yes, I could feel it as you walked near. And I don't sense the smell of death on you. You spared them. Interesting.
I'm sorry, Dios.
Wasn't there? I suppose not, but the environment would say otherwise if it could talk. No matter.
I tend to agree with that, Pandemonium. Especially given how much of Revan's initial upbringing was as a direct result of Kreia. Yeah, not to get into Kingdom Hearts spoilers, but let's just say that I think that's one of the reasons why, despite being a horrible bastard, I still agree with Xehanort.
Yes, yes, in the east past the poacher camp. I saw it when it was installed. It's a very effective barrier, but I know how to get past it. And on the other side, ancient answers. And perhaps a Wookiee you were seeking. I hope he's in the mood for visitors.
Jolie has joined, and will be joining in place of the fact that I suddenly don't have a mouse. There we go. Mouse is back. We're good. Alright, time to level Jolie. Django has 3 seconds to tell me how to level him before I do it on auto level. Here we go. Time to auto level. Aw, damn, he's telling me how to level him. Damn it. Debatable, Kester. Heavily debatable. Oh. Well, while we wait for him, we'll run around for a bit.
What?
Yeah, Takoida, that's another thing in regards to my theory on that matter. Oh, right, I need to be looking for...
Malfunction. Playback.
I don't get it. That merchant said there was salvage down here. We need Matin to work the sensors.
Playback.
When he gets back, we'll... Wait, I'm getting something. Oh good, it's Eli. Maybe he'll point us in the right direction.
Playback.
Eli, what are you... You got your money, you double-crossing snake. We had a deal.
Playback.
I don't get it. That merchant...
Playback. Playback. Shutting down.
So now we have that thing done. Oh yeah, we need to go topside like right now, don't we? I do agree that more Jedi... Oh, excuse me. Ah! That more Jedi, is this it? Should recognize Revan. And I feel like there is really two possibilities here. Either they deliberately arranged it so you only encounter certain Jedi who have a specific reason to not recognize Revan, or they were just trying to hold on to their plot twist. I actually personally think it's a combination of both, if I'm being honest. Because I do think in most cases there's an explanation for why some of the Jedi do not either recognize him or don't admit that they recognize him. Like Jolie does. Okay, so... Toughness... Don't care. Okay, he's already got Cure and can't get the new one. Valor... is that which we can't get as well, so we've... we could get Force Lightning. Okay, it's the only one you listed we can actually get right here. Yeah, it's funny. BioWare really made a lot of really, really amazing games, didn't they? Because, yeah. And then EA showed up and was like, you know, I hate you. And, well, we all know how that turned out. Oh, I can't get, like, anything here. Okay, fine. Where's Force Resistance? Energy Resistance. Where's toughness? Oh, there it is. Oh, I got another one. Sure. And where's his script? We want him there. No, Last Echo! If you said Dragon Age 2, you'd probably get mugged right now. Just letting you know. There's a lot of reasons to do what BioWare did into EA. Whether they're good or not is debatable, but it's worth noting that most of that is a corporate decision, not a developer decision. I keep trying to make it clear, especially in the last year or so, to distinguish between the developers and the corporate side of things. Most of the dumb decisions made by companies tend to be on the corporate side of things, just universally. It's not always true, but it tends to be true. Okay, we'll do that one. Hey, I can finally get Cure. Oh my god, what level are you, Jolie? Jeez Louise. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, really? Fine, do that one. Okay, we're done. We did it, guys. We successfully leveled. Yeah, blah blah blah. We here at EA care about money, and we believe that money comes from gamers. Therefore, we'd like every gamer to please give us money. I can only do that for so long before I start wanting to hate myself. Yes, okay, that's where I'm going. You know what? No. See ya! Excuse me. So what do you want to bet that I'm about to be at a... You must gather your party before venturing forth. What do you want to bet? Well, considering I played all of Inquisition and only a little bit of Witcher 3, that's a little unfair. Yeah, I called that. Alright, now we get to wait for a minute. I'd have to go with, Witcher 3 made a better initial impression on me. I really had to struggle with Dragon Age Inquisition when I first picked it up. It got really, really good really, really quickly, but the initial impression was better with Witcher 3 for me. Oh, there's no jokes or fun here, Dakota. EA has killed companies. I mean, everyone, of course, in this chat probably has at least one game or developer company that has been eaten and consumed by EA, and they have been lessened by that, in fact, influence. You know what I mean? The one I like to go back to is Microprose. Remember Microprose? Remember Westwood? As I like to keep pointing out, EA's policy of eating companies, chewing them up, and spitting out the remains is not new. They've been doing this since the fricking 90s. The 90s! 25 plus years of eating up and spitting out companies. Origin series, is another one. Maxis, nowadays, Maxis is gone now. It's ridiculous. The amount of companies that EA has consumed is absolutely ridiculous. Oh yeah, Pandemic. I forgot about Pandemic. That's another one. Alright, we're gonna save really quick.
Hello again. What can I do for you, most valued customer?
Valued until you can't pay. Watch your
You hurt me, Matt.
I think I have Lest Echo, but not in a while.
You hear? Not me.
Like, not in a long while. Honestly, most people, myself included, believe that BioWare would already be gone if Inquisition hadn't sold well. But Inquisition did sell well, so BioWare is still a thing. But, yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. We'll see what happens when Andromeda comes out.
Droid head on Kashyyyk? Let me see that.
It's nothing. I'm certain. Just garbage from the forest floor.
Mere rubbish. It's DAO2, the repair droid from my ship. What was this doing in the forest? Eli, you snake. You said my crew jacked the ship without paying the repair bill.
Well, that is... It's not how it looks. You see, a good mechanic is hard to find, and...
And what? I thought I owed you. You tricked them into the Shadowlands and killed them while I fixed your freighter in orbit.
I just feel like pointing out that this guy is slime. He thought he wanted to have a good mechanic. So he figured the best way to get a good mechanic is to murder a bunch of people and force someone into indentured servitude.
This is business? Maybe in hut space, but not here. Not with me. That Thalian bog slime. Do you know I've been here 36 days slaving to pay a debt in good faith? All for nothing. He killed my crew. Who knows where my ship is? Well, there's your pay, Eli. Blaster fire and keep the change. Well, there's not much for me to do but stay here. I've no ship, so I may as well make a few credits. It'll probably take a while to convince Eli's suppliers that I'm the new boss. Eventually, I'll buy my way off this rock.
If it were me, I'd wipe out all memory of him.
What do you mean? I don't need to go hunting Eli's family or anything. I've seen justice done.
It's not enough. Remember your hatred. Don't trap yourself here.
Working here when I was trapped was hell enough. Staying here now is just foolish. I don't want to be seen as weak. I see your point. I'll leave his shop like his corpse. I'll take what I want, buy passage on a ship, and never look back except to spit. Here, take this. Thanks for reminding me about how he misused my trust. I'll make sure it never happens again, with anyone.
Feeding this man's hatred is an act of malice and petty evil. The Council would not approve of your actions here, and neither do I.
So there's the thing I wanted Force Persuade for, by the way, because I remembered that's how you could get him to leave as a result of all this. But we're going to reload because we're not evil.
Hello again.
Value.
Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, there'll be a reward, all right. Eli, you told me my crew jacked our ship without paying the repair bill.
Well, that is... It's not how it looks. You see, a good mechanic is hard to find.
And what?
Now keep your head, Matt, and it was just business.
And then he runs away like a little wuss.
That Thalian bog slime. Do you know I've been here
He won't last
well,
long
I
in
could
the
have shot
Shadowlands.
out his legs and let him crawl around for a while, but I consider this far more merciful. Well, there's not much from... Yeah. Oh.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Quest complete. Okay, so there's the good option. Or the light option, whatever you want to call it. Trying to think. I guess... Oh no, we're going back down to the Shadowlands. That's what we're doing. Because we're not done down there yet. That's right, that's right. Of course, Kay. I mean, that's the light side option. In fairness, the guy doesn't exactly get to walk, because he can't get off the planet. So he's stuck on Kashyyyk with a bad reputation, and no one will take care of him, so... I'm pretty sure he is completely screwed. Remember how I talked about those hunters earlier? Yeah, this guy doesn't even have a blaster. So, yeah, no, he's completely screwed. He's like, oh god! Okay, I'm safe in the Shadowlands. What the? Ah! Nom 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 nom, crunch, crunch. Damn it. You're right. Let's give him a trial. Everyone in favor of killing the crap out of the slime ball who murdered people and enslaved someone for petty gain? Say aye. Aye. And now I gotta wait for like 30 seconds. You're right, he would make an excellent slave, sure, yeah. Looks like the eyes have it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The trial has been commenced. May justice be done. I vote that we have him slowly have molten, what was it, bronze? Poured into his mouth. Turbo, that's the cheat. It was it gold? I'm talking about what happened to Lemilisk, Bevel Lemilisk. One of the times he died. Oh god. Well, that's horrifying, Fu. Belcar is someone who used someone as a kitty litter box. Which is really, 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 really messed up when you think about it. But whatever, let's not think about that anymore. I'm referring to in Star Wars. Bevel Lemilisk was killed at one point in time by being vatted by Palpatine.
So be it.
Was it copper? Because I know there was a specific point where Lemilisk asked Palpatine why he killed him with molten copper, and and Palpatine's response was, "It's what they had in the smelter that day." I gave it to her, Kamek. Yeah, Palpatine killed Lemilisk in some pretty horrible ways.
I still got it.
I just realized we have a party of 3 Jedi here. So for those who don't know, Bevel Lemilisk is basically the guy who designed the Death Star. Yes, I know, there's contradicting information on that, blah, 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 blah. Every time he would fail Palpatine, Palpatine would kill him in a really horrible way, and then transfer his essence into a new body, a clone, so he could kill him again. And again. And again. And grats, Geltori! I hope you don't get eaten alive by Yavin beetles. Which, by the way, is the one that I feel is the worst. Maybe it's just because I really don't like bugs, but being eaten alive by beetles, tiny little bites. Ugh, no. Oh, thank you. But seriously, grats, Galtori. Or I guess I shouldn't say grats prematurely, so good fortune. Hopefully soon grats, let's put it that way. Okay, are all the pads in the secondary? Because I'm not seeing any so far. Hey, Bowman. You may thank Taran for the 117 up there. Seriously, thank him. Thank him! By the way, just because I was asked about this the other day, I'd just like to codify this in one of my videos. The reason I say good fortune instead of good luck is I actually don't believe in luck in real life. I mean, I talk about RNG all the time, but I know what RNG actually is, so that isn't really luck. So I don't actually believe in luck in a real-life sense. I believe in circumstance. I believe in things happening a certain way because of statistical probabilities and whatnot, but I don't actually believe in luck. So that's why, ever since I've been very young, I've been in the habit of saying good fortune instead. So, that's how that works.
There, you see? Beautifully subtle, isn't it? At least compared to the other Zerka equipment dumped down here. It's only been here a short while, or the Wookiees would have disabled it.
I agree, Jongo, completely.
But there are others, each blocking similar points on certain paths. It is all very calculated, very precise. It would have been effective if it hadn't relied on the creatures to be walking. Climbers won't have much trouble getting around it. I can manipulate it for a moment. Let me see. How did the Zerka engineers do it?
Don't you dare, Samurai.
Now, keep moving. These are the most dangerous depths of Kashyyyk. Few surprises wait for us, I'll wager.
But yeah, I really, really, really don't think Lamelisk should have been killed by the New Republic. Executed, actually.
Oh, I know.
Sorry, he doesn't have anything to say yet. Actually, this is a good time to do a brief pause. So we're going to do a brief pause, and we'll be right back.